So, good morning, Honorable Excellencies, government representatives, distinguished members of the GEO Executive Committees, distinguished delegates. It is a great honor to open the plenary session of the GEO Global Forum 2025 that after 20 years is taking place again in Europe, in our astonishing city of Rome. The GEO plenary today comes after the one held in Cape Town in November 2023, where the GEO Post-25 strategy was approved. This global forum and the plenary session today and tomorrow is called to highlight the vision of the strategic implementation plan that has inspired the GEO work program for the next 5 years, which has been structured with the aim to ensure an active engagement of scientists, decision makers, and stakeholders, and the private sector. Please allow me to briefly recall the path that took us here today. During the first decade of GEO history, the overarching goal was to provide access to Earth observation data related to major societal benefit areas, such as health, agriculture, biodiversity and ecosystem, energy and climate, water, disaster, weather. This work has been the foundation of the second 10-year implementation plan for GEO approved at the Ministerial meeting in Mexico City in 2015, where the focus was to provide services, user-oriented, policy-driven, to policymakers and stakeholders for supporting the achievement of the objectives of key overarching policy agendas, such as those referred to Sustainable Development Goals, climate action, disaster risk reduction, and urban agenda. We must recognize that in the framework of various GEO flagship and GEO initiatives, programs, as well as in various ad hoc working groups on data policy and interoperability, significant progress were made in developing the right language and methodology for co-designing policy-driven scenario to fulfill end users and decision makers' needs. As a European scientist myself, I would like to say that this development were very much supported by our national and the European framework programs for research and innovation, known as FP7, H2020, Horizon Europe, still ongoing, that allowed scientists from university and research institutions in Europe and abroad, in a growing cooperation with the private sector, to play a key role in GEO during all these years. Earth Intelligence for All is the motto of this year Global Forum, and is the overarching goal of the Post-25 strategy. We are getting into a new era where data and tools will not just provide information, but will be the foundation of evidence-based decisions, so Earth Intelligence, that will allow all nations, individual, associations, to face the complexity of environmental issues at local to global scale by adopting real-world solutions that will help decision makers to implement scalable co-designed strategy by involving all institutional actors. To conclude, I have no doubt that the strategic implementation plan that will be presented today and the work program of the next 5 years will not only allow us to provide Earth intelligence to all, but will be a big shift in the way the research and innovation outcomes will support the decision-making process and will contribute to fostering a more sustainable development by offering actionable real-world solutions for the benefit of humankind. Thank you. Now, it is with a great pleasure that I invite to the podium the Director General of the Italian Space Agency, our host institution of this event, Maria Vincenzo Salamone, for his welcome address. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ministers, representatives of international organizations, colleagues and friends, It's a great honor to welcome you all to Rome for the GEO Global Forum 2025. On behalf of the Italian Space Agency, let me thank the GEO Secretariat, the lead co-chairs, and all the delegations here today for their trust and mutual collaboration. The Italian Space Agency is proud to host this significant event, which marks a pivotal moment for the GEO community. Today, we celebrate not only 2 decades of multilateral collaboration, innovation, and impact, but also the efforts to turn vision into action, and let me say, to turn action into programs. The Earth Talks, I like to repeat, the Earth Talks through our Earth observation infrastructure and data. With Earth observation, we can measure. With Earth observation, we can measure and contribute, among others, to the triple planetary crisis that humanity currently faces: climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. We gather here to reflect on our efforts to protect the planet and exploit the transformative power of satellite data to drive meaningful change. At the Italian Space Agency, we are proud in providing the world with essential Earth observation data, enabling scientists, governments, and citizens to understand our changing planet and make informed climate decisions. Behind every pixel of data and every sophisticated algorithm lies a human story of protecting vulnerable populations, ensuring food security, and building a more resilient future for our children. As you know, Italy is a founding member of GEO and has supported its mission from the outset through strong scientific, institutional, and technological contribution. The Italian Space Agency plays an active role in several GEO initiatives, such as Geoglam and GEO Blue Planet, providing data from cutting-edge Earth observation missions such as Cosmos SkyMed and PRISMA. These systems support GEO's objectives and ambitions, from monitoring agricultural and coastal ecosystems to responding to natural disasters and addressing climate-related changes and challenges. In the next future, the IRIDI program, led by the European Space Agency in collaboration with the Italian Space Agency, will significantly expand our capacity. These initiatives involve a constellation of satellite constellation equipped with advanced optical design to generate and data and services that enhance policymaking and actions. Moreover, we are leading experimental project to enable in-orbit data processing, which will reduce latency and boost overall performance. Through this initiative, we are transforming space data into actionable Earth intelligence. Over the past 20 years, GEO has demonstrated how cooperation, data, and science can guide better decision. We are entering a new phase for GEO, on that demands focus, ambition, and concrete steps forward. Italy believes in the transformative power of Earth intelligence. It can protect forests, manage water, strengthen food system, and improve our resilience to disasters. But to fully realize this potential, we must reinforce partnership among governments, science, industry, and civil society. That is why we are investing both national and through European and international frameworks in space and Earth observation technologies as a crucial enablers for sustainable development and climate action. This forum is the ideal place to transform and transition from vision to coordinated actions and programs. I wish you a productive and inspiring plenary section of dialogue and decision. Thank you to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, let me call to the podium the Director General of the European Commission, DG RTD, Mr. Marc Lemaitre for the opening remarks from the Commission. Please.
Dear Ministers, Excellencies, friends of Earth observations, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to be here today with all of you at the first GEO Global Forum in Rome and the first meeting of the GEO Plenary in Europe after its foundation 20 years ago in Brussels. I would like to congratulate our Italian host for having made this possible and for the excellent organization of this milestone in GEO history. We, the European Commission, are proud to be the main sponsor of this event, and I would also like to thank my colleagues, in particular Joanna Drake, for their engagement for bringing the GEO Global Forum to Europe. Indeed, the Earth talks. And it has been talking particularly loudly in Europe in terms of temperature increases lately. In its 20-year history, GEO has scored major achievements that have contributed to making this world a better place, as we will be seeing, I think, in a video, perhaps. From the offset, the European Commission has supported GEO, investing heavily in the development of its activities. The Commission's Joint Research Centre is directly involved in a number of GEO initiatives and working groups, and we will hear more about this during the day as my friend and colleague Bernard Magenhan is present here today. But above all, it is the Copernicus programme and the Horizon Europe Framework Programme that constitute Europe's main contribution to GEO. Over the past years, those two programs have increased their ambitions in international research cooperation. In Horizon alone, about 50 topics with a budget of around 600 million euro made a reference to GEO. I believe this demonstrates our full commitment to the Group on Earth Observations, and I will explain why we are doing this and our expectations for the future. We are gathered today to endorse the new GEO work programme and discuss ways to achieve the strategic goals of GEO. The GEO Post-25 strategy, Earth Intelligence for All, is a remarkable, visionary approach to valorize our Earth observation capabilities, offering to make trusted data, knowledge, and insights universally accessible and actionable for decision makers, for a sustainable future based on international cooperation. This approach resonates strongly with a series of policies and goals that we are pursuing in the European Commission. To achieve sustainable prosperity, the European Union is placing research and innovation at the heart of its economy. In order to better valorize our investments in both research and Earth observation capacities, and to make it useful for people beyond research communities, we must build targeted applications as well as communication channels. Artificial intelligence will be a game changer towards this end. A key goal of the EU is to boost its digital competitiveness by building a European data union and an ambitious AI continent, which includes building a large-scale AI data and computing infrastructure, as well as strengthening AI skills and talents. The EU Space Data Economy Strategy will unleash the potential of space-derived data, products and technology for a reinforced development, deployment and use of EU space assets, including Copernicus. These new priorities of the European Commission are perfectly in line with the GEO ambitions to share data and knowledge and use Earth intelligence for an evidence-based transformation towards a sustainable, competitive and digital economy. And Earth observation is an important and fast-growing market in its own right. According to a report from the European Union Agency for the Space Programme, the global annual revenues from Earth observation data and value-added services will increase from about 3.4 billion euro today to more than 6 billion in 2033. We will now aim at rolling out the concept of Earth intelligence through the relevant parts of the Horizon program, addressing all aspects, including energy, mobility, agriculture, food, water, and ecosystems. With Destination Earth and the digital twin of the ocean, the European Commission demonstrates how observations and the latest digital technologies can deliver amazing tools that can be used by everybody to understand and deal with environmental challenges such as sea levels and extreme weather events. Above all else, international collaboration is key. The European Union is keen to collaborate across continents to build international partnerships with willing countries and remain committed to multilateralism. These are essential to addressing global environmental challenges, including climate change. This is why we are committed to GEO as a strong contributor in Earth observations. With Copernicus, which not only sends a large number of powerful satellites into space, but also provides a wide range of free and open downstream services, translating space and in situ data into real-world impact for an ever-increasing range of users, including citizens, businesses, and policymakers. And this is not the end of the story. With Horizon, we support research infrastructures facilitating the integrated use of data, like the Integrated Carbon Observation System or European Plate Observing System, and many others, which provide sustained observations and data curation over a wide range of thematic and geographic areas. Together with the EU member states and their space and observational programs, this makes a strong contribution to GEO, and we look forward to strengthening the collaboration with all of you to the benefit of people and planet. From us, it is a clear signal for strengthening international collaboration, not for rolling it back. I can announce that the European Commission is stepping up its contribution for the GEO Trust Fund, for the GEO Secretariat. Through the iClimate Action Project, we already fund additional staff and also support the Global Heat Resilience Service, as well as improved collaboration among GEO, the World Meteorological Organization, and the Global Climate Observing System. We are also ensuring continued support for the Geo-Agricultural Monitoring Initiative through earmarked budget for the Trust Fund. Moreover, I can announce a budget of 15 million euro for new Horizon projects that aim at developing Earth intelligence in GEO's focus areas, including climate, disaster risk reduction, food security, water management, and biodiversity. And there will be more next year. I hope and expect that the GEO Secretariat and the international GEO community take advantage of these opportunities and collaborate with the projects that will be funded. In all Horizon projects, the involvement of partners from countries outside Europe is possible and encouraged. International collaboration, as well as collaboration between research organizations, innovative companies, users, and policymakers, is what we need to make the GEO strategy a success and to deliver the environmental intelligence that we need to make smart and evidence-based decisions for a sustainable and climate-neutral future. Let's continue building this future together, all together. Thank you. Grazie mille.
Thank you. Thank you for all good news that you brought here today. And now let me introduce the next distinguished honorable speaker, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology of China, and also GEO lead co-chair, Mr. Shanshan Chen. Please.
Your Excellency Ministers, DG Mark Lamat, DG Luca Salamoni, dear GEO co-chairs, GEO principals, Secretariat Director Jana Gavogen, dear colleagues, good morning. It's my great pleasure to join you all in Rome, a world-renowned city of historical and cultural significance, for the 20th GEO Plenary. Let me begin by expressing my deep gratitude to the Italian government, the European Union, and the GEO Secretariat for their meticulous preparations and thoughtful arrangements for this event. As a GEO lead co-chair, I extend my warm welcome to all distinguished participants and offer my heartfelt congratulations on the successful convening of this meeting. This plenary is a significant milestone in GEO's journey. As we commemorate GEO's 20th anniversary this year, we have witnessed the 2 decades of its remarkable achievements. Throughout this period, GEO has provided vital opportunities for countries worldwide to enhance their Earth observation capabilities for informed decision-making. It has played a pivotal role in advancing sustainable development goals, building disaster resilience, and addressing global challenges. As a founding member and co-chair of GEO, China has been committed to GEO's work. We have worked with other countries to advance the GEOs, championing data sharing and knowledge services. In September last year, we successfully hosted ODOC workshop in Hangzhou, China, which addressed the critical shared challenges in EO data, knowledge, and infrastructure while driving the transformation of GWP projects. We actively foster regional exchanges and cooperation, creating platforms to deepen AO-GEO collaboration. In February this year, the 7th AO-GEO workshop and training workshop were held in Kunming, Yunnan province, which has created lasting platforms for Earth intelligence collaboration across the region. Over the past year, guided by the vision of a community with a shared future for mankind, we have worked to promote EO data sharing to support 4 key priorities: sustainable development, climate change, disaster risk reduction, and resilient cities. We have launched SatClouds, a cloud-based platform with 35 international nodes for sharing natural resources satellite data, developed the iEarth platform that provides global users with smart Earth remote sensing services, and initiated the SDG Sat-1 Open Science Program to deliver big data services for sustainable development. we have played the role of the CDDR mechanism, the GEO Global Disaster Data Emergency Response Mechanism, mobilizing 32 Chinese high-resolution satellites to provide emergency data services for non-global disaster events, including the 7.9 magnitude earthquake in Myanmar. This highlights China's advancements in remote sensing monitoring and international disaster response, demonstrating its commitment to ecological protection and global humanitarian assistance. These efforts deliver richer, more credible data to bridge the digital gap and offer smarter, evidence-based solutions for shared global development. 2 years ago, the 19th GEO Plenary in South Africa adopted the post-2025 strategy. So this plenary, or the 20th plenary, will discuss the post-2025 SIP, laying the foundation for GEO's third decade. I would like to extend my deep gratitude to all who contributed to this SIP. As GEO enters its third decade, its core mission is to realize the vision of Earth intelligence for all and empower societies toward a sustainable future. In alignment with this mission, China will formulate our own implementation plan for post-2025 strategy and work with AOGO members to develop regional Earth intelligence capabilities. Modern scientific inquiry spans unprecedented scales from the cosmic scale to the quantum level, from extreme environmental conditions to highly integrated interdisciplinary approaches, pushing the limits of human understanding. For us to address pressing global challenges, including climate change, biodiversity loss and degradation, food security, and digital divide, international cooperation and open sharing have become more crucial than ever. Science knows no borders and should benefit all humanity. This is what China is committed to. We have launched the International Science and Technology Cooperation Initiative, and together with South Africa, the African Union, and Brazil launched the Initiative on International Cooperation in Open Science. Going forward, we'll work with all stakeholders to uphold the principles of open, fair, equitable, and non-discriminatory international scientific cooperation. Together, we will advance Earth intelligence for the benefit of all and contribute more to implementing the Global Development Initiative and achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. In the coming sessions, I look forward to hearing insights from policymakers, scientists, industry leaders, particularly young people, and broader communities. Let us work together to write a new chapter for GEO's third decade. And finally, I wish this plenary a full success. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Minister. Now, it's with great pleasure that I introduce the Director of the GEO Secretariat, Jana Gevorgien, to give us an highlight on a major achievement and what we have to achieve in the near future. Please, Jana.
Well, good morning, everyone, again. How is everyone? Okay, I believe that this represents the collective energy, because I actually feel it. Well, welcome, and good morning, Excellencies, GEO co-chairs, members, participating organization, representatives, associates, and indeed friends and members of the GEO family. Thank you again to our Italian host for hosting us in this beautiful city. I will not go back to my deep reflections and musings about Rome and the deep connection that it has, in fact, to our mission. today, after this remarkable speech, is I will maybe take a different angle. Obviously, we are here to celebrate 20 years of GEO, which is nothing compared to the rich history of centuries and thousands of years that we feel in this place. But so we're still a bit of a baby, but with 20 years of history. And what does a family like to do the most when you gather for a celebration? I don't know. I don't care about your culture, country. What is the favorite activity of any family? Tell me if it's not gathering around a family picture album, right? You get together on a sofa or around a table and you pull out the album. Sometimes maybe it's a digital album. And what do? You start going through, and then you maybe even argue about the details, about exactly how those events happened and who said what. So we might have a little bit of that as we go through our family album together, with going through our GEO history. So if I get something slightly wrong, a year here and a year there, a month here, a month there, please argue with me. So 20 years of collaboration, partnership, with the vision that decisions for the benefit of society and the planet need to be informed by quality, accurate, trusted information about the planet, about the Earth system, which is so interconnected, it's so fragile, it's so beautiful that it requires to be understood, monitored, and taken care of. That vision that was then still holds true today. How it all started back in 2002. Would you argue with me it all started in 2002? Okay, I guess this is not going to be very interactive. So I would say it did start in 2002, and I would say let's call it the spark. South Africa hosted the World Summit on Sustainable Development, and its proclamation, the Earth observation systems were recognized. They were recognized as really important for sustainable development, and it was recognized that Earth observation especially is critical for the developing countries to be able to achieve prosperity and sustainable development. And so that became the spark, which then took us to Washington, D.C. in 2003. I guess this is the year you will not argue with me about, where the first Earth Observation Summit was held with just over 30 member states who introduced this big, bold idea and vision that we must share the data about the environment, about the Earth system, openly and broadly. And then we fast forward to well, not very fast forward, to 2005. And where were we in 2005? In Europe. And where are we today? In Europe. So in 2005, the GEO, as the Group on Earth Observation, the organization that we are today, actually was established. So let's call that era IGNITE, right? There was a spark, it ignited real action, and GEO was born. But it took a couple of years of real commitment on part of a few individuals, and I will name one. It was Helen Wood, who was the director of the ad hoc Group on Earth Observation Secretariat. She also happens to be the woman because of whom I'm here today, because I did my very first assignment as Presidential Management Fellow at U.S. National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration with Helen, and so she introduced me to GEO. She was convening calls with individuals from around the world, so think of them as your ad hoc GEO Secretariat, every day, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And so this group of people who created a lifelong bond actually set up this engine that never really stopped turning. And so in 2005, GEO was created. GEO's data sharing principles were introduced, and a 10-year implementation plan was also adopted in Brussels, Belgium. in this video, and this is Helen, Helen asks the questions, gives an answer that probably you would ask and give today, even though this was in 2009.
What are we trying to do? Are we trying to save lives? Are we trying to improve our agricultural output for a stronger economy? Are we trying to improve our water management to avoid or minimize the likelihood of drought and famine? That's what we're trying to achieve. Now, what information do we need in order to make wise decisions? That's what GEOS is about.
Right? I mean, sounds true. Where's this information going to come from? It's going to come from this collective system of systems. So 2006, 2010, I decided to call this era momentum. So there was a spark, it ignited action, and then it required real momentum from the continued goodwill of the people, and at the GEO Secretariat, it was the era of José Achache. This era also saw the idea of data, open data sharing, really turning into policy around the world. China, Brazil, Earth Remote Sensing Program was providing data for free to the continent of Africa. The United States in 2007 introduced a massive policy shift, making Landsat data openly, freely available. And then following, it was the Sentinel satellite missions, which today we all know as part of the Copernicus program, really changed the whole nature of the data sharing game forever. And that was really an incredible time of significant momentum in the data policy. It was very, very real then. The era between 2011 and 2015, I decided to call it Accelerate, because this was the time when some of the flagships, okay, I'm using lowercase f, for those of you who are very familiar with the GEO nomenclature, some very recognizable GEO initiatives, let's say projects, were created. In 2011, it was the time of GEOBON, Global Earth Observation, GEO, Biodiversity Observation Network, GEO, Global Agriculture Monitoring, Global Forest Observation Initiative. In 2012, in Ecuador, Brazil, the Blue Planet Symposium kicked off what now is known as the GEO Blue Planet Initiative. So we were moving from just sharing data into creating services that were providing insights from the use of Earth observations. And during this era also, we were keenly recognizing that while the world is one, it does really have very different contexts and flavors, social context, geopolitical context in different regions. So we saw the rise and the emergence of regional geos, with AfriGeo being first, AmeriGeo soon coming behind it, and then Asia-Oceania Geo, and EuroGeo is our latest addition to the regional geos family. But the focus on honing in on the more specific needs of the various communities through these regional networks was definitely coming into center. You know what I forgot? I forgot to emphasize that there were always people organizing themselves into key groups to structure GEO's work, and so there were committees in the beginning. There were architecture and data committees. Is there anyone here in this room who was at the architecture data committee? I saw one hand. Wow, one hand. User interface committee? Aha, I knew I was going to see that hand. Capacity development committee? There goes the hand. So all of this to say that user focus and development focus was there in GEO from the very start. So in some ways, our DNA to be meeting user needs and to be ensuring that these strategic assets that is Earth observation could be used everywhere, it was with us at all times, really. So under Barb Ryan's Secretariat leadership, these services were beginning to take shape and flourish. in 2016, 2020 era. I like to call this era cruise. We were cruising along, building on what we're doing well with certain moments of energy balls coming together to sort of give a major boost. And that's when we saw the development of Digital Earth Africa on the basis of incredible work done in Geosciences Australia. So regional data infrastructure solutions were coming along, and under the guidance of Gilberto Camara, Director of Secretariat, the Knowledge Hub began to take shape to organize and structure all of the knowledge that was being created within GEO. And then we come to 2021 to present, and I think this is where we also are supercharging the work of GEO. This era started with us going through the period of COVID. We were working hard not to lose the momentum, but also supercharging our efforts to communicate about the work of GEO, to partner with the young people everywhere. So we experimented with some things. We had the very first art competition in GEO, and we asked people around the world to use art, any form of art, to communicate about how they observe the Earth. And we created a youth community of practice. And we doubled down on what we knew had to be the foundation of everything, even as we entered the era of artificial intelligence. And that was creating organized library stacks of data and knowledge from something that's more chaotic because it's not managed perhaps in exactly the same way that a well-organized, curated knowledge system would require. So this effort of doubling down on data management, data sharing, is crucial, and it's being accomplished through the work of the Data and Knowledge Working Group in GEO, so that artificial intelligence, which we really know to lean into going forward in our technological breakthroughs, can in fact produce high-quality models. When we have information about the various agricultural parcels, like you see here, that is open and shared openly around the world, 70,000 samples of diverse agricultural parcels can be recognized and classified using artificial intelligence models, then enabling all kinds of accounting and monitoring and assessment efforts around the world. But just honing in on image recognition, image classification is not going to be enough. To really drive decisions, we need more than just Earth observation. We need to be combining Earth observation with other type information to be able to provide decision support tools. We need to be defragmenting the very fragmented data scene. This is one example that we're doing within the GEO work program as it is presented to you. This is the Global Ecosystems Atlas, which is looking at all the data about the world's ecosystems, which is very fragmented, and harmonizing and bringing it together to create the kind of platforms that can be used by governments to monitor the state of their ecosystems, to create informed spatial planning policies for private sector, to assess risks to their portfolios and projects, and for us ultimately to know where exactly to focus our conservation and restoration efforts. This is just a sample, and indeed we can argue in the corridors about what I may have left behind from this photo album. But the point is that the case for Earth observation has been made. The business case, as we just heard from DG Mark, has been made. And so it's really now on us to turn this massive opportunity that is in front of us to use Earth observation collectively, defragment this space, and turn these into real breakthrough innovations on which decisions for the benefit of our communities and economies can stand firmly. Thank you, and let's carry on with the celebration. Thank you very much. If you want to get more of the GEO story, this is the QR code I shared with you on Monday. And again, my thanks to our colleagues at ESRI and Denise Caragula in particular for creating this story map. And it's also now, Nicola, my pleasure to introduce the video again, shot by our Italian movie producers.
Thank you.
Please do enjoy.
Since 2005, the Group on Earth Observations has been uniting countries, organizations, and experts to ensure that Earth observation data is accessible and usable for everyone. From tackling extreme weather and biodiversity loss, to improving disaster resilience, food security, water sustainability, and urban planning, GEO has helped turn data into action. In 2005, in response to the call from the 2002 World Summit on Sustainable Development and following commitments made at the 2003 Earth Observation Summit in Washington, D.C., GEO was officially launched. Its mission to build a global Earth observation system of systems, ensuring that critical data could be discovered, shared, and used worldwide. In the early 2000s, satellite data was expensive and the remit of governments in the global north. Yet it was often the countries in the global south that needed it most for disaster risk management and development. In 2007, GEO took a major step forward with the GEOCERS data sharing principles, laying the foundation for open access to Earth observation data. 2008 saw the launch of the Geo Biodiversity Observation Network, GEOBON. From 2011, GEO's focus expanded from data access to ensuring data was structured, interoperable, and decision-ready. This period saw the launch of major GEO efforts, like in 2011 with the launch of the GEO Global Agricultural Monitoring, Geoglam, and in 2012 with the launch of the Global Forest Observations Initiative, and that same year, the endorsement of the African Group on Earth Observations, followed later by regional GEOs in the Americas, Asia, Oceania, and Europe, connecting global efforts with regional priorities. In 2015, GEO's mandate was renewed and a new strategy was endorsed, laying out a roadmap for global collaboration and knowledge sharing in Earth observations. New initiatives like the GEO Indigenous Alliance and GEO Land Degradation Neutrality, GEO-LDN, and GEO Global Water Sustainability, GEOGLOS, helped position GEO as a global leader in transforming Earth observations into actionable knowledge. The launch of the GEO Knowledge Hub in 2019 made research and data sets more discoverable and usable for decision-making. By 2020, GEO's work was being used by governments, businesses, and communities worldwide. Meanwhile, GEO initiatives like GEOGLOS and Geoglam have become vital tools, helping communities anticipate floods, droughts, and food crises. In recent years, GEO's mission has evolved towards fostering innovation, integration, and inclusion. At GEO Week in 2023 in Cape Town, a new strategy was unveiled to shape Earth intelligence by integrating Earth observations with other critical data using latest technologies, and GEO's mandate was renewed for a second time. GEO Youth presented the first ever GEO Youth Declaration at the GEO Ministerial Summit, establishing youth engagement as a core part of GEO. To further build on GEO's leadership in applying advanced technologies, the AI4EO subgroup was formed in 2024. Building on 2 decades of progress, GEO is at the forefront of driving innovation through integrated solutions like the Global Ecosystems Atlas and the Global Heat Resilience Service. GEO's work levels the playing field, making Earth intelligence more actionable and accessible. From its founding in 2005, GEO has grown into a global movement. Today, GEO is a network of more than 100 member governments and more than 150 partners, working together to turn data into action.
Across the world, Earth intelligence helps us understand the planet like never before.
With that understanding, we can drive real action, turning data into solutions for people and the planet.
Together, we're building a smarter, more resilient planet, where decisions are taken by science and insights.
As GEO, we're leveling the playing field with Earth intelligence to strengthen resilience of communities and economies everywhere.
Thank you. Thank you. Now it's with a great pleasure that I'd like to introduce the Italian Minister of University and Research, Honorable Excellency Anna Maria Bernini. Please, Minister.
Thank you. Honorable fellow ministers, esteemed speakers, distinguished participants, welcome to you all. It is a great pleasure for me, for all of us, for the ministry I'm honored to serve, to open with you the 20th plenary session of the GEO Global Forum 2025. This forum seeks to inspire action across all levels of society, from ministers and global leaders to individual citizens, to harness Earth intelligence in support of informed, strategic, and ambitious decision-making. Over the past 2 decades, Earth observation has become a cornerstone of research for universities and institutions across Italy, with increasing engagement from our industrial sector. These efforts, supported by national and European funding, have contributed significantly to environmental and Earth system science, particularly since GEO's establishment in 2005. The Earth observation sector is vital to addressing today's most pressing global challenges. It enables timely, accurate data to safeguard food security, restore ecosystems, and strengthen disaster preparedness, among other goals. Crucially, it empowers us to respond through science-based policy to the triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. This year marks 2 decades of impactful multilateral cooperation, innovation, and global impact in this sector. It stands as a powerful example of the value of long-term international collaboration and shared data to advance planetary well-being. GEO's legacy is one of unity and ambition, and it continues to inspire commitment to a more resilient and sustainable future. In this context, Italy strongly supports the forthcoming adoption of the post-2025 implementation plan. This plan is essential to transform GEO's vision into concrete, actionable outcomes. Italy remains committed to its implementation, ensuring alignment between national, European, and global efforts for a sustainable and inclusive future. I wish to underline that through the Irene Italy National Node, which brings together the Italian National Research Council, the Italian National Institute of Health, and the Italian Space Agency. Italy also supports the One Health approach within the Geostrategic Implementation Plan. Our in-kind contribution, grounded in EU and national projects, aim to prevent health risks and their source, promote food safety, reduce zoonotic disease outbreaks, and foster sustainable development. Recognizing the strategic value of Earth observation, Italy is actively advancing GEO at the national level by engaging expert communities and enhancing institutional coordination. In addition, we are aligning our efforts with key EU strategy, from the bioeconomy strategy and life science initiatives to the Ocean Pact, Circular Economy Act, and the Clean Industrial Deal. Italy also reaffirms its strong support for EuroGeo, a coordinated initiative to develop scalable user and policy-driven tools that enhance environmental governance. Through these tools, we aim to deliver tangible social and economic benefits to citizens, making Earth intelligence a reality for all, and enabling a truly green and circular economy. The commitment of Italy to this agenda is also reflected in flagship initiatives such as the IRIDE program. Don't ask me to say IRIDE, please, because IRIDE is an Italian word, which means I. IRIDE program, a cutting-edge satellite constellation. IRIDE integrates space assets with cloud and high-performance computing to deliver advanced monitoring services. It exemplifies how Italy's decades of experience are shaping European and global excellence in Earth observation. In conclusion, I extend my sincere gratitude to the research community, national experts, and private sector representatives who have supported GEO over the past 20 years. Special thanks to the Italian Space Agency, the Italian National Research Council, and the Ministry on Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation for co-organizing this important event along with my ministry. As we look to the future, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to advancing Earth observation as a cornerstone for a sustainable development and global resilience. The achievements of the past 20 years are a testament to what can be accomplished through collaboration, vision, and science-driven action. Italy stands ready to continue contributing actively to the GEO community with a clear focus on innovation, inclusiveness, and impact. Thank you to you all. Have a nice journey and a good day of work. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. As the Italian representative, in GEO, I take the opportunity to thank the Ministry of Research and University and Honorable Minister for the support that we have received all these years through national programs and various initiatives. So we really look forward to continue this successful cooperation in the near future. And we look forward to have a good support for the GEO strategic plan in the coming years. Thank you. Now, we have, following the protocol, but I kindly ask to help me if that is the photo moment is, so we need to move on this right side. We have a nice terrace where we can take a group photo and to have a little bit chat with our distinguished speaker. And please, can you follow me?
Why we have a background announcement? Okay. Okay, thank you. Distinguished guests, good morning. I'm Liao Xiaohan, representing the GEO lead co-chair. And it is a great pleasure to welcome you all to Rome. I'm so glad to witness the opening sessions with all of you and inspired and mobilized by our high-level speakers and whose warm remarks and strategic outlook indicate the GEO20 a successful plenary. I'm truly honored to chair this session as well as some other sessions of today and of tomorrow. Thank you in advance for your support and active engagement. We are now in the session 2, approve of the plenary agenda. I'd like to work through quickly the agenda at the session levels with you. The plenary agenda consists of 8 sessions in total and covers for 4 busy days. As I mentioned, we all witnessed the successful event a moment ago and the opening ceremony of the plenary, and which is actually the session 1 for the whole agenda. Now we are at the session 2, approve the plenary agenda. And the remaining sessions, as shown on screen as follows. The session 2 is approve the plenary agenda, and the session 3 will be presentation of GEO post-2025 strategy implementation plan and GEO work program. Session 4, there will be a Ministerial roundtable, that's as for Earth Intelligence for One Health, and also the same Ministerial roundtable, Earth Intelligence for Disaster Risk Reduction, and also declaration of support from global leaders and adoption of GEO work program. And this is the first day agenda shown on screen. And please notice that there are some of the proposed amendments to the first day agenda. So I would like to invite the Secretariat Director, Jana Gavrangin, to make an illustration to this change. Jana, please.
Thank you, Chair. So, as you know, the Executive Committee meets typically the day before the plenary, which was yesterday, to discuss the state of preparations ahead of this day. And in discussing the strategy implementation plan, the Executive Committee considered the vast amount of interest, but also there are different national perspectives and approaches towards this document, and has agreed to recommend to you, the plenary, to adapt your approach to the strategy implementation plan. And rather than presenting it to you today for endorsement, present it to you as a document for information that is open for input from members, participating organizations, and others. This means it will be an open, evolving document to which members can continue to provide input, and it will continuously reflect the priorities and approaches of different nations, allowing, therefore, members to engage with the strategy in the way that best aligns with their national priorities. So, to conclude, the recommendation that the Executive Committee brings to you, and perhaps we can show the document on the screen. would need to scroll to the session, yep, until you see yellow highlight. Keep scrolling. Keep swimming. There we go. So as you can see, the Executive Committee recommends that this document, GEO 23.2, Draft GEO Post 2025 Strategy Implementation Plan, be for information and remain open to allow for input from members during today, but also after the GEO Plenary. The work program, however, will remain a document for decision. This also means that at the end of session adoption happens, session 4, if we can keep scrolling again. After we will have heard, let's keep scrolling until you see yellow again. After all of the deliberations and the panel discussions, there will be a moment when the chair will request your approval of the GEO work program, but not the strategy implementation plan. So this recommendation from the ExCom is now over to you for your agreement or objections.
Thank you, Jana, for this illustration. And please allow me to continue to introduce the next day agenda, and that will be session 5, GEO Plenary Business, fit for purpose for the future. This is a closed session for members only. And session 6, keeping our promises to young people. And session 7, strengthening private sector engagement to deliver on GEO's vision. And the last session will be session 8, closing ceremony. And that's all the agenda for the 2 days great event. I hope this update agenda will reflect the expectation from all you. And I'd like to see approval of this agenda from the plenary. So I see there's no objection. It's good. I think it's a good indication. So the agenda is approved. And just remind you, the approved agenda will be quickly available and published on website, so you can anytime just access it. So thank you very much. So we can move forward. So we will proceed to the next agenda item, approval of the draft report of GEO 19 plenary. I trust you all have had this opportunity to examine this document that circulated before to you. Just wonder, okay, I hope, are there any objection for this draft document? Okay, I also would like to need to approve from the audience, from the plenary. Okay, thank you very much. The draft for the report of the 19th June plenary is hereby adopted. Okay. And since June 19 plenary, we have been pleased to welcome more than a few distinguished new members to GEO family, including 2 members, 6 participating organizations, 6 associates. So we're now in this item, so I would like to invite Mrs. Sarah Vetrini of the GEO Secretariat to the podium. Okay, you are here, so it's nice to make an introduction. Sarah, please.
Thank you. And good morning from the Member Services Unit of the GEO Secretariat. It is an honor for me to present the new members, participating organizations and associates that have joined GEO since the last plenary meeting that took place in November 2023. Next. Next, please. I am pleased to welcome, next slide, please. Yes. I am pleased to welcome 2 new members to the GEO community, the Republic of the Maldives, which became GEO's 116th member as of January 2024, and the Republic of Benin, which joined as a 117th member in March 2025. With these additions, GEO now comprises 117 members, including 116 countries and the European Union, represented by the European Commission. Next. I'm also pleased to present the following new participating organization as approved by the GEO Executive Committee, approved at the 62nd session, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, approved at the 63rd session, Alliance of Biodiversity International and the International Center for Tropical Agriculture, the Alliance, Taylor's Geospatial Institute, TGI, approved at the 64th session, Commission for Environmental Cooperation, CEC, West Africa ICT Action Network, WAICTA-NET, approved at the 65th session, Red de Laboratorios de Observación de la Tierra para la Reducción del Riesgo de Desastres, Red Labot. With these additions, the total number of participating organizations in GEO now stands at 157. I'm also pleased to introduce the following new associates, as approved by the GEO Executive Committee, approved at the 63rd session, MDA Space, Women in GIS Uganda, WIGIS, approved at the 65th session, Skywatch Space Applications, and Voyager Search, approved at the 66th session, European Space Imaging, USI, and Axel Space Corporation, and Wyvern. With these additions, the total number of associates with GEO now stands at 23. And now I have the great pleasure of inviting one of our new member countries to offer brief remarks. Please welcome Mr. Amjad Abdullah, the Director General of the Climate Change Department at the Ministry of Tourism and Environment of the Republic of the Maldives. Amjad, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sarah. It's an old photo, but I hope I still look similar. Thank you very much, Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, colleagues, and friends. Let me begin by expressing a sincere appreciation to the GEO Secretariat and our host country, the Italian government, and the people of Rome for this important session here in the historic and inspiring city of Rome. And we are also excited to see that a very important thing is happening today. A city whose history of empire, innovation, and transformation reminds us that a bold vision and cooperation can shape civilization. So too must we come together with purpose to face the challenges and opportunities of our time. It is a great honor for the Republic of Maldives to join the GEO team as the 116th member, and I thank you for the warm welcome and the hospitality. As a small island on the front line of climate change, the ability to access and apply Earth observation data is not a luxury, it is a necessity. GEO obviously provides us with a platform to bridge the data divide and bring advanced tools to vulnerable countries like ours. This is why the Maldives Accelerator Project, launched in partnership with GEO, is a critical milestone. It is designed to demonstrate how tailored Earth observation applications for coastal resilience, early warning, and ecosystem management can be deployed effectively in data scarce contexts. We also strongly believe that this project can serve as a blueprint for other SIDS and vulnerable developing countries, many of whom lack institutional capacity or access to data infrastructure. Through this initiative, we aim not only to build national resilience, but also to inspire replication across the Global South. However, we also would like to note that the Accelerator project, while comprehensive, does not currently include the natural capital accounting. This is a key priority for the people and the government of Maldives, which is committed to undertake a full natural capital accounting initiative across the archipelago. We recognize that this will require an enormous access to high-resolution imagery and the advanced geospatial analysis. We are pleased to share that we have already piloted this work in one of the atolls, a significant milestone, but the scaling up will obviously require a technical, financial, and human resource support. We certainly look forward to working with the GEO Secretariat and the community to integrate this critical aspect into our future collaboration. For initiatives like Maldives Accelerator Project to be replicated, sustained, and scaled, SIDS must be empowered with a greater agency within the governance of GEO. We therefore respectively urge the GEO to consider the reform of the EXCOM to guarantee the inclusion of SIDS. Such reforms are not unprecedented. In fact, our multilateral bodies have already recognized the need for tailored representation of SIDS due to their unique vulnerability and circumstances, knowledge systems, and implementation challenges. Let me also highlight some of the few examples. In the IPCC, the Working Group 2 chapter structure is regionally inclusive and explicitly dedicated chapter on small islands. This is due to the recognition that SIDS face distinct climate impacts such as sea level rise, coral reef degradation, and freshwater scarcity. Issues can often do not receive sufficient focus on broader regional chapters. Similarly, under UNFCCC institutional frameworks like the COP Bureau, the GCF, the Adaptation Fund allocates a seed for SIDS, acknowledging both the vulnerability and the need to have a voice to financial decisions making. Even at the UN General Assembly, when forming a high-level panel or advisory bodies, often ensures equitable geographical representation, and thus includes the small islands to ensure that no region or vulnerable groups is left behind. This principle of inclusive and representative governance is certainly essential in the work of GEO in the 2025 and beyond. Decisions around priorities, resource allocations, and partnerships must be informed by those living in the most climate vulnerable nations. This inclusion of a dedicated seat or mechanism within the GEO EXCOM would send a very powerful signal that the GEO recognizes SIDS not only as a data use or project beneficiaries, but as an equal partner in shaping the global Earth observation agenda. As we look forward to implement the post-2025 GEO strategy, we must ensure that the operationalization of our vision includes practical support for capacity development, co-design with communities and climate-resilient development pathways. SIDS can and must be part of the solution, but they need to be fully at the table, not as a beneficiary, but as a co-creator. Before I conclude, we stand ready to work with all of you to translate data into action and action into resilience. The Maldives is proud to be part of this journey for islands and for our shared future. I thank you.
Thank you for Mr. Abdullah for your spirit remarks, and also thanks for Mrs. Vetriner for your introduction. I'd like to take this moment to invite our all delegates to join me in extending a warm GEO welcome again to our newest members. So thank you. We successfully complete this session, and we move to next session. While moving to next session, I would like to invite our speakers, friends, Ignos, Amos, and Justina, if you can come to the stage to join me to prepare for the next session. Yeah. You can go. Yeah, I will say yeah. Okay, thank you. While the session for presentation of GEO post 2025 strategy implementation plan and the GEO work program. And this session includes 3 segments. SIP, short for the implementation plan, presentation, and the GWP, short for GEO work program, presentation, and the plenary invention. Distinguished guests, as GEO stands at the threshold of its 3rd decade, and this 20th plenary marks a pivotal moment in our collective journey. And the post-2025 strategy implementation plan is not merely a technical roadmap. It is a defining charter that reflects the GEO's response to an increasingly complex, interconnected world. And it represents a vital step towards realizing our vision of Earth's intelligence for all. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the ExCom and the Secretariat, and following extensive consultation and revision, we are pleased to present this strategy and the guiding document. To help us through this important document, I'm honored to invite the representative of GEO ExCom, and Mr. Franz Imner, Head of the Environmental Observation Sector, Director General of the Research and Innovation from European Union, to take the floor, if you can, the podium. Yeah.
Okay, great. Hello, thank you, Chair, and hello everybody, ladies and gentlemen. I'm indeed very honored to be here presenting the strategy implementation plan that has been elaborated in the last months by the entire community. As you understood from the previous session, this document has been changed the status from for decision to for information only. What we will try to do in this session, together with the other speakers, to convince you or to demonstrate, show to you that this document, as a flexible document, together with the GEO work program, as a for decision document, provides a very solid, wide, flexible foundation and a very good framework for implementing the strategy that we have endorsed in Cape Town in 2023, Earth Intelligence for All. I suppose you all read the document as it was supposed to be, as it was distributed beforehand. but I will highlight, I think, what I think are very key aspects of this strategy. But in the first place, as I said, I like to show how this strategy has evolved and how it was constructed. And it was actually really, well, it was really a community effort to build this. Andy Murdoch, who was a consultant, or is a consultant in the GEO Secretariat, and who has all the credits for elaborating this document, in fact, and who couldn't be here, which is why I'm standing here, worked a lot with the regional GEOs, as shown here on the slide, with the executive committee, with the program board, with other working groups in GEO. He also submitted a questionnaire that was distributed to all of you, and he has received overall 271 responses from all GEO members, as you can see on the map, from all around the world in 61 countries, in fact, from participating organizations, from associates, and so on. It is really, so he really collected input from the entire community to get an understanding of how we can implement, how we can really deliver on the strategy that we had endorsed. And based on all this input that we received, Andy distilled or tried to summarize in a number of common themes, which is kind of the thematics that came through as guidelines, as guiding principles towards this SIP. And these are the common roles of GEO member, the central role of GEO member. That is clear, also actually clear from the Ministerial Declaration that we all endorsed, that was endorsed in Cape Town as well. There's a need to enhance GEO's value proposition and communication impact. So GEO is delivering solutions and is developing capacity, but this also needs to be better communicated to advocate to the users, to the people involved, at national and also at local level, how they can use AI, what's on the market, how it can help them towards their solution, towards their problems. The third one is strengthening efforts to foster collaboration. The SIP and also the GWP, the GEO Work Program, I think provides a lot of answers on how this can be achieved. There's a need to align to policies, to have a user-centered design and user-driven approach. I think that was clear in GEO from the beginning, but it's always good to remember this. And there is a key role for free and open data. And also it was emphasized that there needs to be a GEO infrastructure that helps providing access to data, providing access to knowledge, and fill the gap in data provision. So these are kind of guiding principles that we use, that Andy used to shape this strategy implementation plan. So the next starting point of the strategy is, of course, the previous strategy, as you know, which was called Implementing GEOS. Now it's probably a moment where we need to realize that GEOS, the system of systems as a concept is kind of history. You will note that it does not show up anymore in any of the post-25 documents. The reasons for these is that, I mean, this was a very good idea that drove developments in the last 10 years, but the technology has developed amazingly. Data availability, observing systems, satellite systems that, as we heard this morning, 20 years ago were just a few from the US and from from Europe, Japan, and that was about it. But we have now observing capabilities from all over the world, countries, from hundreds of satellites. We have on-the-ground information system. We have platforms in Europe. We have the Copernicus data space ecosystem and so on. So this was kind of overrun by the technology development. But there are definitely a number of, or some really a heritage from the previous implementation plan that that will stay and that will also guide us in the future. And this is the main successes, I would say, is the GEO work program and the many activities that have been developed in the last 10 years, and we have seen it also in the video this morning, and the data sharing and data management principles. GEO is about sharing data. That was the concept from the beginning, and that remains, and there have been successes, a lot of successes in that direction that we can build on. So what was used really to build this implementation plan is, of course, the GEO strategy, and in that strategy there are these 5 goals identified that I will now explain in a bit more detail what they are and what actions we need to deliver on those goals. So how can we bring these ideas into action? So for each of those goals, as I already explained earlier, based on all the feedback received, a number of activities have been identified that would deliver on those goals. And there are quite a lot, as you have seen if you looked into the document. There was also a subgroup, an ad hoc subgroup, I would say, from the executive committee that helped him doing this work. And I was member of this group, like there were many others. And altogether, I think we delivered something that that has really a lot of potential to deliver on those goals that have been identified, that have been described in the strategy. Those actions are, as we learned, so this document is for information, are open for discussion. They can be reshaped, reprioritized, and so on. So it's not a final document, but it's a good starting point, I believe. So let's go one by one through these goals from the strategy. Number 1 goal is to co-produce transformative programs. This has a number of aspects. What it is in fact a GEO work program. So I leave it to the colleagues waiting there to explain all the details. The GEO work program is really the engine of GEO. This is where the action happens. This is where tools are developed, insights are created, knowledge, and where people work with end users to co-design really the solutions they need. So this is absolutely central to delivering on our GEO vision and mission. The second goal is to increase global equity for accessible Earth intelligence. Not everybody may like the exact phrasing of this goal, but this is really the heart of GEO. It's about data sharing. It's about really reaching out to people who have issues, environmental issues, and who need knowledge, who need tools to deal with them on the ground. So this is, as I explained earlier, GEO was always about data sharing, knowledge sharing, about working with users. So this goal is really at the heart of GEO. And it's actually a very well elaborated one in the SIP. There are 10 or more objectives identified. There's a lot of actions identified. And so there's a lot of resource there to dig into and to build, to address the goal and to reach out to people and to create knowledge and solutions for people on the ground. So part of them are listed here on the slide. So there's an idea to build national Earth intelligence readiness assessment, a member engagement strategy to work with all members, all the new members we just heard, Maldives, which maybe not always have the big voice in the community, but it's important to keep them on board. The regional GEOs play an important role here that we need to work on. How can we reach out to people, indigenous people, small island states? It's also about the GEO governance structure that may need to be more balanced, may need to be more inclusive, and so on. So there's a lot of things to be looked at. Goal number 3 is to integrate new technologies. I think that's more a no-brainer for GEO. We are all tech-savvy community scientists, technologies, so it's clear, and we heard it also during the community sessions. We are really keen on building in, picking up new technologies. So that's really in our veins. This is our spirit. We are not only tech-savvy and nerds, but we are also young, forward-looking, solution-oriented, aren't we? Yeah, some of us are very good, but still we may need to still enhance the participation of young people, and that's goal number 4. So we need to really address this question on all levels, on the level of GEO activities, to be really inclusive, to address young people, to go out to the students, to the schools, and to invite them to join in, also in GEO governance structures and so on. And goal number 5, invest in communication and advocacy. That's probably more a mean than an end. But of course, communication is key. As I said earlier, it is key actually to address all the previous goals and to address the GEO mission. Because as I said earlier, we need to reach out to people. We need to reach out to the user communities, not only to the scientific and Earth observation communities. We need to reach out to the policymakers that we had here today in a very convincing way. And I get signals that I need to come to an end. There are a few more elements that are important. How will we track progress? So the implementation plans that we have, or the operational plans that should be developed or will be developed soon, will need to have key performance indicators, will need to have clear, measurable outcomes that need to be defined and agreed. There needs to be a monitoring and evaluation system, and I would really also refer to the GEO work program, where this is also part, and this needs to be developed together by the GEO Secretariat and the work program. And we really need to have clear targets that we can reach and that we can measure, and that we can then also demonstrate that we have impact. That's very important for the policymakers and for everybody else. How can you contribute? That's actually the key question. GEO, and that's why I think it's a good thing that the SIP is open for discussion, it's inclusive. It's not GEO is not something that comes top down and tells you what to do. GEO lives from your contribution, from your voluntarily contribution, from your engagement in the GEO work program activities, of course, but also here in this event, and I speak to the converted because obviously you're all here, but that's important to really get in touch, get involved, raise your voice, and be part of it. So that's basically my key last message. The next steps, very quickly. So I hope we will really adopt the GEO work program today. We will work on how to integrate all these actions at the various levels, particularly also for an annual work plan for the GEO Secretariat, for the executive committee that we will lead as lead co-chair in the future. And I think there's something in there for all of you, so please have a look, get involved, and let us all together work to achieve our strategy, Earth Intelligence for All. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eminer, for your comprehensive and insightful presentation. I have to say, you have very good timing, just 1 minute more than allocated time. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I believe the document itself and the presentation by friend Eminer will provide us with a clearer understanding of the scope and the mission of GEO for the future, and also the actual goals, the priority, and the steps actually reviewed inside this SAPE document. Okay. So, thank you again. And to further illustrate the impact of the GEO's collaborated efforts, we will now, I invite you to watch a 3-minute video about the work being done in Ecuador by Geoglam. And we wanted to share this with you because it's a perfect example of how collaboration can unlock the potential of Earth intelligence to benefit different sectors, communities, regions, and ultimately the entire world. Yeah. Yeah.
El agua es vital para tantas personas, para regadío de plantas o animales también. Ese es el objetivo que nosotros venimos luchando cada día.
El déficit de agua en los pueblos de la SUAIM es crítico. La falta de agua afecta mucho a su economía. De esta manera, ese déficit de agua en sus terrenos implica pobreza. Déficit en los cultivos implica no alcanzar sus metas, incluso de nutrición familiar. Especialmente en ciertas zonas donde realmente las captaciones están muy lejos. La gente es la que nos ha impulsado a tomar incluso la decisión de hacer estos proyectos. Son sifones y obras de conducción muy desafiantes.
El proyecto del Cerro Negro tiene una conducción de más o menos 43 kilómetros de longitud. Para poder realizar los cálculos tanto a nivel estructural como a nivel hidráulico, se hizo uso del modelo hidrológico de Geoglam, porque se vio que contaba con modelaciones y con estimaciones de caudales. Entonces esto fue un insumo súper importante que nos ayudó a poder llevar esto a la construcción.
Geoglam es una herramienta global, es un modelo hidrológico que nos permite conocer cómo serían las condiciones de un río en los siguientes 15 días a futuro. La herramienta permite adaptar a las condiciones hidrológicas de cada país o de cada región a nivel local, por ejemplo, para cada comunidad.
Geoglam es un complemento. Si las personas lo trabajan de buena forma con otras herramientas y con los profesionales, sirve para la toma de decisiones, gestionar el posible riesgo, salvar vidas, que es la intención, y hasta salvar recursos del Estado. El INAMI solicitó una plataforma interactiva que permita a usuarios de manera gratuita acceder a unos datos y que sea de utilidad para la necesidad del país.
La herramienta ha sido adaptada justamente para que la institución pueda proporcionar información sensible para autoridades nacionales. Nosotros decidimos dejarla abierta para poder ser utilizada en sectores estratégicos del país. Y esto obviamente ha generado un beneficio no solo para el INAMI, sino para todas las entidades nacionales. La herramienta Geoglam justamente nos ha facilitado que esta coordinación sea mucho más efectiva.
La Secretaría de Gestión de Riesgos la usa para monitorear a través de sus 18 oficinas nacionales y 2 salas de monitoreo nacional. Es estratégico que la información tenga amplio uso, porque mientras más la utiliza, nosotros podemos saber que también está funcionando esa plataforma. Entonces es una forma de retroalimentación.
desde la Dirección de Monitoreo del Nivel Nacional de la Secretaría Nacional de Gestión de Riesgos, identifica esta anomalía y damos seguimiento con las 18 unidades de monitoreo. Ellos a su vez se contactan con nuestros puntos focales, se hacen los barridos del territorio para ver si existe alguna anomalía y se comunica a las autoridades justamente para tomar decisiones a un nivel local. Entonces todo este proceso es como para que baje la información, ¿no? Desde lo que tenemos la alerta hasta un nivel territorio.
What an inspiring demonstration of GEO's vision in action. Yeah. And thanks for the preparation of this video by the Secretariat's team. Okay, very good. Now we proceed to next item and presentation of the post-2025 GEO work program. This is a very valuable and very important document. As you know, the GEO work program serves as one of our primary mechanism for implementing the GEO's strategic plan. And please allow me just introduce our distinguished program board co-chair. We have 3 co-chair, actually, they do have done devoted a lot to this. Dr. Evangelos Jeroen Sulpo, Professor Amos Cobo, and Dr. Justina Nisinka. And I'm honored to have them here today to present this GEO work program in detail. So if I can invite you to approach to the podium, so just remind if you can manage the time, okay, just in 15 minutes, okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah. Oh, you can stay here. That's okay. Yeah.
Well, dear GEO principals, members, and community, my name is Justina Nichinska. I am the program board co-chair from the United States. I am joined by my colleagues, Evangelos Georgopoulos from Greece and Amos Kaboba from Ghana, who are fellow co-chairs. And it is our distinct pleasure today to present to you the GEO Post-2025 Work Program. This really represents the culmination of our work over the past 18 months, and it is really here on behalf of the GEO Program Board and with thanks to the entire GEO community for getting us to this point. It is a pleasure to present this to you as it is a key element and a vital part of GEO's post-25 vision implementation. And for many of us, it is really the heart of GEO. This is where we really execute and collaborate on our transformative work programs and carry out collaborative efforts that exemplify the value of intelligence. During the past 20 years of GEO, we have seen the evolution of GEO and the GEO work program, taking this journey from really focusing on data to services to Earth intelligence. And we saw this beautifully illustrated in the video earlier. With that, the drivers of the GEO work program stem from our past successes and lessons learned. This is where we derive the building blocks for what comes to us as this version of the GEO work program, really looking to learn from our experience, build on our strengths, but also position us for the future to have a strategic focus on outcomes, on integration across programs, and really as a driver for innovation. We look to this to scale the program to be more efficient and sustainable, to really drive an innovation and how we can deliver impact for our communities. So you will see this focus on actionable information, on delivery, and long-term sustainability. We'd also like to emphasize the road that took us here, starting from the Cape Town Hall, coming up to the present moment. And the important part here, this was really developed as a community effort. We did this work with the program board, also in consultation with many of you through in-person meetings, through town halls, through GEO symposia, various workshops, briefing opportunities at regional GEOs, to really engage with you, to engage with the program activities as we evolve the structure of the GEO work program, provide feedback, while also utilizing clear criteria for what it means to develop a transformative work program. And with this, we'd like to move forward to the next section to really tell you and describe the structure of the work program and the final outcomes of what we delivered as a really agile, responsive, and evergreen work program that responds to our users' needs and stakeholders, and really exemplified by the efforts like the ones we just saw demonstrated through the Geoglam's video. With that, I'll turn over to my colleague, Evangelos.
So thank you, Justina. Colleagues, the ideation of the GEO work program has proven to be a challenging task, but also a very pleasant journey. So we were asked to deliver a transformative program in order to address different mandates arising either from the strategic drivers that Franz and Justina has mentioned, but also from reality. So can I have a clicker, please? One of the first mandates that we were assigned has been to provide a prioritization a frame that would help us and enable us to work under specific thematics, identify synergies within those thematics, but also across the work program activities. And for this purpose, we have introduced 6 focus areas, 6 thematic focus areas, as well as 2 cross-cutting focus areas along which the organization of the activities within the work program are taking place. And we are also utilizing the focus areas to facilitate and support the visibility of the activity in the outer world outside GEO. The second mandate that we were given and challenged at the same time has been to create a structure that enables active, user-oriented, operational, and sustainable products and services. And for this reason, we came up with a new structure with some changes from what would used to be in the past. The first element that marks the change is the introduction of the GEO conveners, a type of communities of practices where discussion and technological advancements are taking place, where the first traction with stakeholders is realized, and probably where the first ideas for programs, projects, products, and applications are sparkled. Then, and what probably constitutes a major change, is the introduction of the known up to now research to operations pipeline. Though we have maintained and preserved the names of the category of activities like pilots, initiatives, flagships, also mature flagships, and the fast-track type of activities called accelerators, now we have been positioning them within a pipeline which is ruled along a readiness, let's say, technological readiness and maturity level progression. This enables the development of a monitoring and evaluation frame along which the activities can move up in the chain. And at the same time, another new transformative element is that this is happening on an evergreen cycle, which means that whenever an activity meets the criteria of the next category, it can really proceed. And finally, we have the enabling mechanisms, which is activities that deliver foundational support to the rest of the research to operation activities in terms of capacity development, access to open data and knowledge, or adoption of new technological advancements, etc. The third mandate that we had to put into the new structure has been transparency and effectiveness. And for this reason, we built a frame upon which, first of all, the repositioning of the existing activities was put in the current picture of the program that Amos is going to present to you, but also upon which the evaluation of the activities and the progression in the R2O pipeline is going to be based and decided upon. And the main pillars of the criteria of this evolution are the readiness of the product and the service, the level of the user engagement, the real user engagement, the governance, but most importantly, the impact, the real impact we can make on the world and the sustainability of the services. And with this, I pass the floor to my friend Amos.
All right, thank you for discussing on that. So, just as my colleagues have mentioned, distinguished excellencies, I think what I want to stress here is that what is very interesting is that we have received 66 submissions, and if you look at the statistics have also shown that out of this, we have, in fact, new submissions, 31 of them, which is showing a very good representation of our work. It means that GEO is expanding to other directions, and that is why we are pushing forward with this Earth Intelligence for All. And you can see the statistics is really showing that we did quite a lot of good work. But to further emphasize the fact that out of this, in summary, we have one matured flagship, which based on the criteria that we presented, and we have 7 flagships out of this. And I think in this table, what I want to emphasize is we are having this evergreen kind of a program, and I think one area that we still need to look at is the climate, energy, and urbanization. I think we still need to see how to work hard in order to get a flagship also in that category. Then we have 8 initiatives, we have pilots, 8 of them, conveners, and the other interesting part is the enabling mechanisms. We have quite a number of them, because the whole idea of all of this is that we want to push forward to ensure that at the end of the day, we are promoting GEO all the way to the village level. I think this is what we want to push at the end of the day, such that we can be able to address some of the issues. But if you look at the mapping across, it's still call to action that we still have quite a lot of work to do. There are a lot of gray areas, especially from Africa and some other developing countries. So the call to action here is that we need to think about how all these initiatives, flagships, pilots can attempt to at least reach out to some of these areas, because I think this is very critical. This will be very important to help us to be able to. But out of that, you can also see that there was the co-ownership from all across the world, which I think is the most important message that we want to that. What we have done, it means that we have a representation from the whole wide world, which I think is very critical. Now, how do we move forward? I think first, my message is that we must first believe that this is our own. This is the engine with which we need to move forward in the next 5 years. And everybody has been part of the process. But one thing that we need to do is that we need to further work on the detailed work plans, which I think after this we will be reaching out to all the point of contact to see that we have detailed work plans and to see how we can address this issue. Another issue is for us to see how we can co-design the solutions. Our governments need solutions from all the problems that we face. So we need to co-design with our users. Another thing which is very critical is that we need to think about, which we are already working within the program board, and monitoring and evaluation, because we need to see that what our KPIs, we are meeting our KPIs, we are able to track them, and we are able to, based on that, in order to know what to move forward in our next agenda. And the other thing which we want to do is, of course, to immediately activate our enabling mechanisms, because this is one of the mechanisms by which we can see the cross-fertilization of issues. So I think in broad, what we are just saying is the Earth is talking, and I think in 18 months we have responded to the fact that the Earth is talking, and we must take a responsibility, and that responsibility is for us to adopt and take up this new transformative agenda that program that we have developed together. And the last part is that in each of our own little ways to think about the resource mechanisms we can put in to ensure that we are sustaining this for our planet so that at the end we have a safe place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for our three co-chairs, Evangelos, Amos, and Justina, for preparation and making, working through this important document. And we know, actually, the document is very critical technically by implementation the GEO's great mission. And the outcome include the program structure mechanism designed with this important document will serve GEO's mission and will carry out for its great mission for the new decade. So I'd like to take this moment to thank our three co-chairs for your leadership in developing this critical work, and highly appreciate that. Okay. And now, I would like to invite our ExCom members and the plenary members and participants to actively share your perspective and recommendation. This gathering in Rome we present a unique opportunity to collectively strengthen both the post-2025 strategy implementation plan and the GEO work program. Your expert and national insights will be invaluable to ensuring the successful implementation. And just remind, when you speak, please observe the time and keep the, within 2 minutes. So, yeah, I'm open now for a plenary intervention. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if you can, when you want to make intervention, you can raise your placard. Yeah, in front of your table. Okay, and the secretariat will have people to collect this. Information, so I will have this in front of me, so I can just, okay, yeah, 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 I will have my, this Stephen help me to have the, may I should just say again now? Okay, from this side, okay. Okay, let me just invite from this list, okay. Germany, please. If you can send the microphone to.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor for this intervention. I'd like to state shortly that Germany supports the further evolution of GEO, the strategy already adopted in 2023, the new strategy implementation plan, and most important today, the new and redesigned GEO work program, which we consider to be the heart, or as Franz Imler said a moment ago, the engine of GEO. In our view and in the new spirit of Earth intelligence, it's important from our view that to involve GEO's approaches, building on those activities that are already successful. Therefore, GEO flagships such as GEO-LDN, GEO-BON, and Geoglam should not only be continued, but also require further resources from as many contributing parties as possible. Germany has already been, always been a strong supporter of these kind of activities. However, joint and sustained efforts are essential, to our opinion, to further increase their already proven benefits for society. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Germany. I have my list here. I just remind you, I'm going to invite Switzerland. Then after that, I just remind the next immediate 5. After Switzerland will be Japan, France, China, Australia, Ecuador, Armenia so far. So please, Switzerland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Secretariat, but also thank you to all the community who prepared this very interesting document. We took note of them. What we would like to say is congratulations for this 20 years anniversary. A lot has been done in all this year, and it's very good to continue in this direction. But we should also be realistic, because when we see the strategic plan, when we see the action, there are a lot of wishes, and it's good to be ambitious, but stay realistic. For Switzerland, the point is still very important, is the goal 3 of the strategic plan, integrating new technology and innovation into Earth intelligence services. I think now we are in the international cooperation at the right place to do so and to benefit from each other in this regard. I remember when the idea born in 22, actually in Johannesburg. I remember it very well. It was a very important step. Thank you for the history you put forward just before. And now it's still the same, but we should better communicate, use synergies with other international organizations, and what I will propose is to probably make more policy relevant messages. You could provide for COP CBD, COP UNFCCC, for example, because quite often we don't listen to GEOs. We are not aware even. Thank you very much. I'm just in time. And thank you also to our host, Italy, for this great event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Switzerland and Japan.
Japan would like to express our sincere thanks and respect to all those involved in putting this post-2025 strategy implementation plan. Japan would also like to thank the program board for their efforts in developing this work program, including reviewing proposals and coordinating with programs. And we welcome the endorsement of the post-2025 GEO work program. Japan would also like to continue contribution to GEO activities with the aim of realizing the post-2025 GEO strategy and Earth intelligence for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. France.
Thank you, Chair. The implementation plan as a reference document and the GEO work program will support the execution of the Earth Intelligence Strategy for All adopted in Cape Town in 2023. The strategy confirms that the GEO is a government-led group, supports international agreements as priorities for engagement, Sendai Framework, Paris Agreement, Communal Global Biodiversity Framework, and adds cross-cutting themes, including biodiversity and climate change. We appreciate that these objectives are supported by an open and free data policy and by greater diversity and inclusiveness. We support the strategy's implementation plan and the GEO work program, and we would like to thank all those who have contributed to it. Thank you.
Thank you. China.
Thank you, Chair. For the SIP document, we believe it not only embodies the spirit of GEO post-2025 strategy, but also outlines actionable steps for future implementation. So we extend our sincere gratitude to the GEO ExCom, Secretary, Program Board, and all the colleagues who contribute to the drafting process. We note that many tasks are designed for active participation by GEO members. So therefore, we call upon all members to engage proactively, draw insights from this document to shape your own implementing plans, and contribute collectively, paving the way for a transformative third decade of GEO.
for the GW document. China endorses the adoption of this document and offers the following recommendations for its implementations. The first, prioritizing the GWP as a primary vehicle for achieving GEO's third decade strategic goals. We urge all members and participating organizations to actively support and engage in the GWP. We particularly encourage currently inactive members to contribute their expertise and resources. Second, ensuring operational readiness. We recommend that all projects align with GWP's requirement for transitioning from research to operations. Members should secure dedicated findings and resources to guarantee successful implementations. The third, strengthening infrastructure development. Critical infrastructure, including the knowledge hub and the next generation of GEO platform, must be prioritized to support operational applications. So China stands ready to collaborate with all members to ensure the successful realization of these goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Australian Earth Observation community, it is a pleasure to provide our national support to the Group on Earth Observations. Australia is an active and committed member of GEO and the international Earth Observation community. We're pleased to endorse GEO's post-2025 work program and support the strategy implementation plan. Through Digital Earth Australia, we continue to leverage Earth observation, digital and data technology to deliver dynamic time series satellite imagery that measures and monitors change to lands and coasts. We're extending this technology to cover the Antarctic continent, to measure ice sheet change, penguin colonies and more. And this technology is used across the African continent through Digital Earth Africa, and now in the Pacific through our partners, SPC. We are pleased that our joint advocacy with the Pacific Islands-based participating organisations has resulted in dedicated objectives that seek to enhance the participation of small island developing states in GEO. This is essential to support GEO's vision of Earth intelligence for all. And Australia remains committed to fostering international collaboration, particularly within the Oceania region, and will continue to advocate for our region's priorities within GEO. I just note in November 2025, the Committee on Earth Observing Satellites Chair will transfer from the UK Space Agency to an Australian chair team consisting of CSIRO, the Bureau of Meteorology and Geoscience Australia. We look forward to supporting the GEO work program in this capacity. As we reflect on 20 years of the group and look beyond 2025 to a vision of a more resilient and sustainable future, Australia is pleased to continue its founding membership in GEO and be part of the global effort to tackle our planet's urgent challenges. Thank you.
Next will be Ecuador. Just to remind you, after the Ecuador will be Armenia, Seneca, United States, Spain, and the CEDAR organization, and the ESA. Okay.
Honorable authorities, respected members of GEO, representatives of our government, international bodies, academy, the private sector, and the civil society. Receive our warmest regards from the Americas. It's my honor today to speak on behalf of our region. Although a region that is characterized by rich cultural, environmental, and socioeconomic diversity, the region is bound by a shared purpose: to advance toward the land and risk management that is grounded in evidence, strengthened by collaboration, and guided by climate justice. This shared commitment requires equitable representation within the government's structure of GEO. The current structure of only 3 co-chairs limit our region's strategic participation. Therefore, We respectfully urge this plenary to approve the proposal initially presented in 2023 to increase the representation for both Africa and Americans on the executive committee by adding a 4th co-chair for each. This adjustment will ensure that our regional perspective, priorities, and challenge are reflected fairly and proportionally in GEO decision-making process. We invite you, our fellows in the region, to unite the support in request and call upon the global community to endorse the step toward more inclusive and equitable governance. This measure will not only amplify the voices of more nations, but also enhance the alignment of regional agendas, enable more diverse and effective strategic decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecuador. Armenia.
Thank you, Chair, co-chairs, GEO Secretariat. Armenia congratulates all us on 20th anniversary of GEO and on this impressive event. Armenia, as a member of Big GEO family, continues to place great importance on the development of its national space-related capacities and scientific potential, with a particular focus on Earth observation. As one of the most impactful and dynamically evolving sectors, the targeted research and development activities underscore Armenia's firm commitment to strengthening national capacities and advancing Earth observation in geospatial science and industry. At the national level, Armenia maintains an integrated approach, working collaboratively with national and international agencies, organizations, and governance bodies aligned with geo-focused areas to implement geo-related activities and support GEO post-2025 vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Senegal.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Senegal would like to commend the great work which has been done by the Secretariat and all the inclusive approach that has come through for the GWP and the post-25 strategy, which we endorse fully. The solid instruments, rock, and unwavering factors has been displayed during those presentations, and congratulations to the team. The second point which really pleased the Senegalese delegation is the global equity and the inclusivity process, which we support very well for the digital divide that the GEO can bridge through this new strategy. But we also believe that we should be very intentional about the readiness process that brings the countries to embrace Earth intelligence for all as a new conduit for transformative action for social transformation in our countries. We also want to highlight that Senegal in Africa has a new spatial agency with at least 13 countries which launching new satellites, and the development of services has been protracted. It has been really a surprise that few countries responded to the call for the strategic vision, but it would be a catch-up momentum we need to do in the implementation plan, the regional implementation plan, which likely will happen immediately after this approval process. And we hope that this implementation plan will bring more inclusion to the 30.2 million square kilometers that Africa represents, with a great deal of responses to the global challenge that we have. Thank you again, and looking forward to co-construct and co-implement solutions for Earth intelligence for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. United States.
Thank you, Chair. The United States confirms the importance of Earth observations and celebrates the Earth Intelligence for All objective to address national and community interests, which is really the heart of GEO. We appreciate the work of the GEO Secretariat, the members, and all organizations working in this field in developing the post-2025 strategy implementation plan, now available to all of us as a reference document, and the GEO work program. We are committed to staying engaged in GEO and committed to the good work that GEO enables. The United States encourages and supports GEO to focus on the specific environmental threats such as threats to clean air and clean water, wildfires, floods, droughts, sea level rise, and to important environmental protections, such as increasing access to affordable, reliable, and secure energy, enhancing resilience, and disaster planning. The substance of this reference strategy implementation plan is strong, and it builds on the decades of significant contributions from GEO and its members to collecting Earth observations and making them available to the world. The contributions are reflected in the GEO Work Program, where all members show their interests and their priorities and how they support individual GWP initiatives, in which the United States firmly endorses. We have and will continue to contribute our expertise and our resources to address national and community needs through these mechanisms. We look forward to continuing to discuss and refine the reference strategic implementation plan following the GEO Plenary 2025 and delivering on all of the promises therein. May we all achieve success in supporting the strongest and most effective plan possible with a focus on GEO's core mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Spain.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My first work is to congratulate all the speakers and obviously all the people that have been working in the documents and to present us these excellent documents. I would like to extend my congratulations to all the current director of the GEO Secretariat and the past directors to keep this energy during 20 years, and I hope that we can continue it in the next 20 years working together. Spain supports the work program and obviously the mechanism that it has been defined to refine the implementation plan. The commitment of Spain is quite clear. And then we want to highlight the collaboration and cooperations, looking the synergy that we have seen in the work plan, and then we encourage to keep this philosophy because we think that is the backbone of the GEO. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. And I have refreshed the list of our member countries. So may I just remind you that after Spain, there will be Democratic Republic of Congo, Mongolia, Turkey, Sweden, United Arab Emirates, and that I will give the priority to the member countries first, and then organizations. So please, Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Grazie, signor Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The problems which have been dealt with by our organization are problems which relate to the whole world. It is the United Nations. I'd like to know whether, in order to be able to achieve what we want to achieve, are we thinking, I think that we do need that our organization, GEO, becomes an important member of the United Nations in order to have a political and diplomatic strength which can be relevant and help facing all of these problems that our organization GEO has to tackle. If we stay just at level of scientific organization, I think we will never have sufficient strength and force to achieve all of the objectives that we're trying to aim at. Thank you.
Thanks for Democratic Republic of the Congo. And then I would like to invite Mongolia.
Thank you, Chair. As we all know, Mongolia faces increasing climate and then environmental risks. They're ranging from the ZODs, we call severe winter disasters, and then wildfires to droughts and sandstorms, and then air pollution as well. And then to support early warning systems and environmental policies, Mongolia actively utilizes the wide area of the satellite data. So we welcomes and supports their post-2025 GEO work program, because it supports and aligns our national priorities well with our country's environmental and climate resilience goals. However, we have a few suggestions in order to enhancing the access to high resolution and inactive remote sensing data, specifically countries with the limited resources really needed. So also, if it includes that strengthening technical cooperation and the infrastructure support for data processing and local capacity, that would be appreciated. And then also expanding the pilot projects and then co-design solutions in Asia, specifically in Mongolia, including land and air quality monitoring, would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for Mongolia, please. Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. Dear distinguished delegates, it's a privilege to address this forum on behalf of Turkey. We firmly believe in the GEO work program's mission to integrate Earth observation into decision-making worldwide. As Turkey, we are committed to open data, regional collaboration, and operational Earth intelligence solutions, especially in agriculture, disaster response, and climate adaptation. Turkey stands ready to expand its role in GEO activities, contribute technical assets, and actively engage in international programs. We see GEO not only as a platform for cooperation, but as a driver of global resilience. Turkey is here to support and co-develop for the future of the Earth observation, hand in hand with our partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. Sweden.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to congratulate GEO on the 20 years anniversary and for all work done during this period. Sweden supports the GEO work program and the strategic implementation plan. However, we would like to see more interactions, synergies, and communication with other international initiatives. And our last point, Sweden will continue to support the GEO Trust Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Excellencies and distinguished guests. The United Arab Emirates would like to extend its sincere gratitude to the Italian Space Agency and the Group on Earth Observations for the opportunity to participate and congratulate you on the 20th anniversary. We acknowledge and support GEO's vision, which closely aligns with the UAE's national priorities, emphasizing inclusivity, regional collaboration, and transformative programs, and addressing global challenges like biodiversity and water scarcity and climate adaptation requires collective action and inclusive access to shared research. The UAE firmly believes that by working together, we can unlock the full potential of Earth observations to build a sustainable and equitable future for all. With regards to the strategic implementation plan that was presented, we believe that it can go through further study and considerations by all members, and we agree with other members that have emphasized the need to focus on creating impact and focus on projects that will deliver tangible outcomes for member countries and humanity. Let us continue to work and collaborate together to address global challenges that are impacting the world and humanity for a better world. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to invite Italy. After Italy, there will be Nigeria. And, okay, yeah.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Good morning to everyone. Italy would like to congratulate with the 3 co-chairs of the Program Board and the GEO Secretariat for the excellent work in preparing the GEO work program. Also, Italy would like to endorse the GEO work program and express appreciation of the vision reported in the strategic implementation plan, very informative document. Also, Italy would like to strongly support the development of actionable real-world solutions to support policymakers worldwide in implementing evidence-based solutions for facing the global challenges related to the triple planetary crisis. To conclude, Italy would like to confirm its full commitment to supporting the implementation of the GEO work program and the achievement of the objective of the post-25 strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy. Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. Nigeria would like to congratulate GEO at 20, also to thank various committees, and more importantly, GEO Secretariat for great job on the document and the activities. We are determined to continue our push for the implementation of GEO Post 2025 agenda. We would like to restate our commitment to GEO Global, AfriGEO, and GEO Nigeria development and success. We focus on all aspects of GWP focus areas, which are captured within the Renew Hope agenda of our Mr. President. We are also want to encourage the role of the private sector in GEO as we look towards the next 20 years of GEO Global. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nigeria. I have here list few organizations, and I will invite CEDARIA, and after that will be ESA, SPC, UNCCD, and SEALS. CEDARIA, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I truly congratulate all of us on the 20 years of GEO, of the successful of GEO. The Secretariat has truly done outstanding work on the post-2025 strategy, and the Center for Environment and Development for the Arab region and Europe, CEDARI, is full support for this strategy. Practically, the emphasis on enhanced youth participation is fascinating to hear. And highlighting, I'd like to highlight an initiative called Gaia Club, is established in partnership with GEMS and Africa and African Union. This Gaia Club focuses on empowering African students through technology-driven solutions. Gaia Club is established within universities across Africa and aim to build capacities in digital technology, Earth observation, IoT, and artificial intelligence, and foster innovation among African youth. Thank you very much.
Thanks, CEDARIA. ESA, please.
The European Space Agency congratulates GEO on the past 20 years and all the many efforts and contributions made from the members across the world during this time. Since the inception of GEO, ESA has been fully supportive of all that GEO aims to do, and we continue to be equally fully supportive of the GEO Work Programme activities through either direct engagement or through data provision. As we all know, satellite Earth observation has become a vital and trusted element in many GEO activities, and many solutions could not be achieved without the space element. Often, access and use is taken for granted, and this is largely thanks to the open data policy that ESA and that the Copernicus programme in particular adopts, which we implement together with the European Commission. This is fundamental to ensuring equitable access to all and to progress towards our collective aims. ESA will continue to be active and to support the new GEO Work Programme, and we extend our thanks to the 3 Programme Board co-chairs for their leadership and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, ESA. SPC.
Thank you, Chair. The Pacific Community, SPC, is an intergovernmental organisation serving and representing 22 Pacific Island countries and territories through science and technical cooperation across the Blue Pacific continent. SPC welcomes the GEO Post-2025 Strategy Implementation Plan and its ambition to realise Earth intelligence for all. We're encouraged by the explicit recognition of small island developing states as particularly vulnerable to climate and environmental changes and disasters. In addition to these vulnerabilities, SIDS face structural challenges, limited and vastly distributed landmass, geographic isolation, small but growing populations, extreme climate vulnerability, and constrained market size, all of which impact on their resilience and development. For these reasons, we support the call from the Maldives for GEO to strengthen the voice of SIDS within the GEO governance structures. Goal 3, with its focus on addressing data gaps through increased access to very high resolution Earth observation data, is essential for informed action in our region, noting that we already have big data gaps because for many years the Pacific was treated as an opportunity to save satellite battery power rather than acquiring valuable imagery. These past decisions are still having real impacts today and is another example of the need to include the voice of SIDS in GEO deliberations. For this reason, the Pacific community, through its convening power across the Pacific, stands ready to collaborate with GEO to enhance the participation of SIDS in GEO and to strengthen their access and use of Earth intelligence. Our commitment to GEO is demonstrated through our contributions to the GEO work program. Digital Earth Pacific, designed as an enabling mechanism, is not only a regional infrastructure for data access, it also embodies a people-centred approach through continuous user needs assessment. We welcome the GEO community to collaborate across the work plan to leverage the full offerings of Digital Earth Pacific and the broader capabilities of the Pacific community in reaching Pacific SIDS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, UNCCD. Next will be SEALS.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, UNFCCC, I'm honored to express our strong support for the GEO post-2025 strategy implementation plan and the accompanying GEO work program. As the world confronts mounting environmental and developmental challenges, the demand for timely, actionable insights derived from Earth intelligence has never been more critical. GEO plays a vital role in building the global capacity to monitor our planet, guide informed decision-making, and promote sustainable development through science-based action. We at the UNCCD commend the integration of land degradation and ecosystem restoration as key themes within the GEO future vision. In particular, we welcome the confirmation of GEO LDN as a flagship initiative in the GEO work program. We note that its objectives are strongly aligned with the priorities outlined in the GEO post-2025 strategy implementation plan. We therefore are confident that GEO LDN will continue to be instrumental in empowering countries to translate the ambition on land degradation neutrality into measurable outcomes on the ground. As the GEO community charts its course beyond 2025, the UNCCD reaffirms its commitment to deepening collaboration with GEO. Looking ahead, we invite continued engagement as we prepare for UNCCD COP17 to be held in Mongolia in 2026. A key milestone on this path will be the 2026 UNCCD reporting process, which will offer a key opportunity for closer collaboration. Success will hinge on open access data, interoperability of tools, and technical support for countries. We therefore call upon the GEO family to come together in a spirit of openness and partnership to deliver meaningful and impactful support. We at the UNCCD remains committed to supporting a well-coordinated, impactful, and seamless implementation of the GEO 2025 strategy implementation plan and work program. I thank you.
Thanks, UNCCD. Sorry, a little bit. I made a little bit of jump over. So now this time, SEALS, and after that, GCOS, please.
Thank you, Chair. SEALS congratulates the Programme Board, the GEO Secretariat, and all contributors on these extensive efforts, and supports the next steps with the post-2025 work programme. CEOS is an active member of the GEO Programme Board and an observer to the GEO Executive Committee. Further, CEOS agencies continue to contribute extensively to the GEO Work Programme, as has been the case since GEO's inception. In the post-2025 GEO Work Programme, CEOS agencies are listed as a partner or as contributing to the following activities: GFY, Geoglam, GeoLDN, GSNL, Digital Earth Africa, and Digital Earth Pacific. Further, CEOS is now working closely with GeoBon via a dedicated CEOS Biodiversity Study Team. The Biodiversity Study Team has a one-year mandate to look into how satellite EO data and technologies can support this complex and dynamic domain. CEOS wishes another successful and fruitful 20 years of GEO. Thank you.
Thanks, CEOS. GCOS.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So GEOS, the Global Climate Observing System, is looking forward to further collaborating with GEO, the GEO Secretariat, and the GEO community in the frame of the new GEO plan, and especially, but not only, with WMO and through the recently started project iClimate Action funded by the European Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, GCOS. And I'm glad to, at this moment, to share with you the recorded interventions from Cecilia Cunisa-Najiga, Director of the Intergovernmental Support and Collective Progress Division of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Secretariat. If we can, see this intervention, okay.
The Director, Group of Earth Observations, and members of GEO, representatives of the UN family, distinguished delegates, allow me to recognize the long-standing partnership between the Group of Earth Observations and the UNFCCC processes to collectively advance Earth observations for climate action. Just recently, during the 2024 Climate Conference in Baku, Azerbaijan, we collaborated with GEO on the launch of the policy brief on innovation and technology in support of risk-informed climate resilience policy and action. While significant advances have been made by the Earth observation community in both ground, surface, and space-based observations, gaps still exist to enable us to reach the last mile in informing climate policy and real-time action, as well understanding the effectiveness of these actions in this critical decade. We need the intelligence, we need the tools and resources to translate climate information into effective response mechanisms. Delegates, this year's GEO20 plenary, and particularly GEO's post-2025 strategy, provides an opportunity for changing the narrative and mindset that we need, moving beyond generic Earth observation data towards Earth intelligence for climate action. Colleagues, allow me to share some 3 reflections on key considerations for this platform in advancing Earth intelligence for effective climate action and sustainable development. Firstly, for accelerating both global scale and local observations products that inform climate action, the UNFCCC process is constantly in need of fit-for-purpose, robust and near real-time data for parties to understand options and urgently act in a dynamic world. We are depending on GEO and wider observation community to ensure that Earth information at various scales and with high certainty is made available to policymakers. This is how we ensure that response to climate change remains informed by evidence and science. Secondly, in supporting the climate action and sustainable development nexus, colleagues, in a world of competing priorities and growing needs from population, there lies an opportunity in leveraging Earth observations data to inform models and pathways that simultaneously support climate action and sustainable development. Be it clean and sustainable energy, decent jobs, disaster risk reduction, food security, infrastructure development from Earth observations, all these should guide developmental policies and meaningful investments. Thirdly, advancing partnerships and collaboration as a key enabler. Colleagues, we know that the distribution of capacities for generating robust Earth intelligence and related technologies remains uneven. We invite all forms of observations to enhance their collaborative efforts and fill such gaps. As I conclude, in the UNFCCC, we will continue to utilize platforms such as the Earth Information Day and the research and systematic observation workstreams to provide countries with the latest information and advancement in Earth observations. We congratulate GEO on the post-2025 strategy and look forward to a continued partnership in safeguarding our future. With these remarks, I wish you all fruitful deliberations. I thank you all.
Well, thank you. This recorded intervention from UNFCCC. And also, thank you very much for you all. We have seen the overwhelming response of the national support, commitment, and collaborative calls from member state and participation organization, and for the GEO's future and active outlooking ahead of all of us. And all this input and comments are very valuable and important, will be taken for future consideration by various bodies, including those specified in the GWP. This constructive exchange will significantly strengthen the foundation for implementation both the CIP and the GWP. And I'm confident that through our continued collaboration, we will achieve our shared vision of Earth intelligence for war. And in this afternoon session, we will also have sessions that are associated with the adoption of the GWP. We will hear global leaders' commitment on this. That concludes our this morning's agenda. So I would like to thank speakers again for your contribution and our plenary audience for your support and engagement. So with that, we'll adjourn for lunch, and this session will resume promptly at 2:30. So I wish you all you have a pleasant break, and I look forward to reconvene this afternoon to continue our important work. Enjoy your lunch. Yeah.
Okay, Excellencies, delegates, colleagues, I would like to welcome you to this session on Earth Intelligence for One Health, and just after lunch. And I would like first, before starting the round table and the discussion, I would like first to invite Mr. Mboneni Mwefe, who is the GEO Vice President from South Africa, and for an introductory talk. Mboneni? Yeah. So Mboneni is Deputy Director General of the from South Africa. Yeah, please.
Yes, good afternoon, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a real honor for me to open the session that brings together people who care deeply about something so fundamental, which is the health of our people, our animals, and our environment. I suppose it is easier in GEO to be able to reconcile terminologies such as space science, satellite, remote sensing, in situ, ecosystem, biodiversity, and so forth. But the moment you start talking about health, I think it is important to then bring a little bit of context so that we can see that this is indeed still very relevant to what we do. And I think the starting point of us appreciating One Health concept in the GEO context is that of going back to the 1946 Constitution of the World Health Organization, which defined health as the state of complete physical, mental, social well-being, and it is therefore not just merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So the interaction amongst human, animal, and ecosystem, which in other words could be referred to as environment, are implicit in this definition. And this is because us as mankind, we've always relied on land, including the atmosphere, relied on plants, relied on animals, both domestic and wild, terrestrial and aquatic, either for habitat, sustenance, food, medicine over the years. Both this, which means human, animal, and environment, must be in a certain sound state of health. It is for this reason that in the assertion by Evans and Layton, the essence of One Health concept is that these three objectives, which is health, human, and animal, they are interdependent. In fact, they constitute one objective, because to achieve all three at once, it is the only means to achieving any one of them. So it is therefore important today that as we delve into this topic under the Global Forum deliberations, we are able to understand and appreciate the current capacity of humans, of animals, and the fact that we also do have a negative impact on health objectives through activities that are disruptive to the ecosystems by reducing biodiversity, destruction of habitats, invasive species, pollution, population over and under and otherwise, over-harvesting, we impact on the supply of oxygen, etc. We therefore need to easily connect our theme of Earth intelligence, where we work to ensure the Earth observation data, the kind that comes from satellite, ground stations, and other sources, actually get into the hands of those who need it most. And here I'm talking about health workers, environmental officers, planners, entrepreneurs, and yes, our politicians. We have examples demonstrating our interventions, such as relief in dengue fever, where systems are in place right now that helps countries like Vietnam, Thailand, issue warning up to 8 months in advance by combining weather forecast, satellite imagery, and historical disease patterns to help communities to get ahead of outbreaks before they happen. And it is important to acknowledge that this is not science fiction. It is actually GEO in action. In Myanmar, we're helping build malaria warning systems that update every 8 days. And imagine the power that that gives in terms of near real-time planning. And this is really why this becomes very important for us to continue to look at the aspect of One Health in how we interact with our environment, with our animals as human beings. And as the climate extremes grow more intense, we are proud to support development of the heat resilience service and Atlas. And this is another tool that you probably will hear or you have heard a lot now. And then we also need to ensure that all this is not happening in isolation. The path is about us working together. It is about us making sure that there is that connectivity regionally in terms of looking at Africa, Europe, America, South and North, Asia, and so forth. So I therefore invite you all as leaders and decision makers to not only reflect on this achievement, but to stand behind them with bold political and, most critically, financial commitments. So I invite you all, therefore, to say, let us get into this discussion, appreciating now what we mean when we talk about One Health. GEO is ready, the tools are there, the partnerships are growing, and the results are already showing. So let's make sure that this momentum continues for health of our people and our planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mobeni, for this introduction. So now we can start the round table. I am Robert Barouki. I will chair this session. I am currently the head of public health at INSERM, which is the French National Biomedical and Health Research Organization. It's one of the biggest in Europe. And I have an expertise mostly actually in environmental health and toxicology. And I have been involved in a number of European initiatives and projects, including one that we will mention a little bit later, IRENE, which is an infrastructure dedicated to exposome research. So I'm extremely happy, actually, very proud to chair this roundtable, because I think that Earth intelligence and One Health should come together. There are very good reasons to have those two concepts brought together. One is between the observation and the people, actually, and intelligence is really about that. And One Health is about considering that the health of the ecosystems, animal, vegetables, and the health of a human are very much interconnected and should be considered as such. So we hope here we have a very large diversity of expertise in this panel, and we hope to bring some information and some discussion about the connection between Earth intelligence and One Health. So with no further ado, I will first introduce the panel, and then we will start the discussions. So as I said, the panel is extremely diverse. I'll start with Her Excellency Amna bint Abdullah Al-Dahak. She serves as UAE, United Arab Emirates Minister for Climate Change and Environment, championing national strategies for climate resilience, environmental sustainability, and food security. We are extremely honored to have you among us here today. Ahlan wa sahlan. We also have Sandra Gallina, who is Director General of DG Santé at the European Commission, and she has been involved in implementing integrated health and environmental policies. We discussed that a little bit earlier. Then Musonda Mumba, to my left here, she's Secretary General of the Convention on Wetlands, advocating for critical wetlands ecosystems, One Health challenges. Then we have Stuart Minchin to the extreme, to the right over there. Stuart is the Director General of the Pacific Community, representing Pacific Islands nation unique One Health challenges, and we'll discuss that a little bit later. Next to him is Simonetta Kelly. She is the Director of Earth Observation Program at the ESA, European Space Agency, and provides Earth observation technologies for health, very useful for health monitoring. Last but not least, my friend Fabio Fava to the left. He's a professor at the University of Bologna and Italian representative of the strategic configuration of Horizon EU. So welcome to all of you. So now we can start this roundtable. I will start with you, Your Excellency, and would like first to ask you, how is Earth intelligence being integrated in the United Arab Emirates One Health governance and national strategy?
Thank you, Robert, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be sitting among everyone here on this panel. And thank you for GEO and for the Italian Space Agency for inviting us to be part of this forum. I think I'll start with climate change, one of the most complex challenges that humanity is faced at the moment. And it's not something that is going to be news for anyone in this room. And I think everyone around the world should understand by now that climate change is a complex problem that is causing a lot of risks and creating a lot of stress on human health, on animal health, and environmental health altogether. The UAE looks at always, I think that applies as well on a lot of governments. Whenever we design policies, we need to make sure that those policies are well informed by data and are evidence-based. And when we think about the information that we currently have, the abundance of information that we can have from satellite imaging, from sources that we can extract environmental data from, and not only for the meantime, but looking at historical perspectives of environmental data that could date back to decades, and fuse that with data that we can as well extract from different settings on the ground, then this will give us abundance of information to drive better policies, to design those policies to serve humanity and to serve our societies and communities. Now, going back to the challenges posed by climate change, starting from the heat stress, the increasing droughts, the fluctuations that we can see in climate around the world, and the extreme weather events that are causing more stress on human health and on animal health and the One Health approach altogether. Those are challenges that can be forecasted and therefore can have better readiness and better proactive measures from different governments around the world to ensure that especially the most vulnerable communities, be it, for example, the coastal communities that are subject to rising sea level impact, or the communities that are living in more high temperature drought areas, they are better prepared, and we can better prevent the impact that those communities are subject to. If we think about the communities that are with their livelihoods depending on professions that are related to the impact of climate for those like around coastal areas, or communities that are very dependent on agriculture, and how is this affecting them on day-to-day cases, and affecting their livelihoods, and affecting the health of those communities. In the UAE, we've driven a lot of policies. Maybe I will talk about them more in the second segment, as, for example, the air quality agenda in the UAE, which is very much data-driven from whether it is satellite imaging based on Earth intelligence and Earth observations, or as well information and data that are extracted from on-ground stations that contribute to driving better interventions and becoming more proactive in protecting the livelihoods of the communities.
Thank you very much. Well, I guess I was so eager to hear from you that I forgot to tell you how this panel is going to work. So we will have a first round of interventions, approximately 2 minutes each, and then we will have a second round of intervention, and at the end we will have some question from the audience. So just mentioning this right now. So now I am turning to my left to Sandra and asking her, how can Earth intelligent tools help to strengthen the implementation of European health-related policies? And in particular, how can we ensure cross-sectional collaborations between different health and environmental authorities? Tricky question, no?
Cross what? Hello, good afternoon. So, very honored to be here. I'm not a scientist, but have always adored reading scientific publications of all types. I think it's a karma. So, to keep it within the 2 minutes, you are all scientists, so I don't need to tell you that environment has a huge impact on, I would say, us. I would quibble with your description of, there's ecosystems health and then there's human health. Sorry, we're part of the ecosystem. We need to reprogram our chip. We need to understand that we are part of the same ecosystems, and at the end of the day, even if we are sapiens and with a bit of aggressiveness, we're trying to do the best to kill ourselves, at the end of the day, we need to survive, and we need to live within our ecosystems in a sustainable way. In 2021, after the COVID tragedy, I proposed to the then commissioner that we should have an observatory on health and environment. She was looking at me, she said, "Are you sure this is a good idea?" I said, well, listen, I think there will be more and more need for this, and then there is the One Health thing coming on. So for, I would say, transmissible diseases, the case was very easy. We have a lot of work on vector-borne diseases. This is simple. I mean, we have even initiatives on mosquitoes that bring the thing to fruition in the eyes of the public. But let me say, it's non-communicable diseases that it's the real challenge. The environment may have a huge impact on your cardiovascular system. In some respects, some of the cancers may be related to the environment where you live. So let me say, beyond witchcraft, there is an impact that is perceived by us human beings. Now, the real problem is that having silos talking to each other is not easy. let me be very clear. I am in charge of a Directorate General that has, on the one hand, all that is health, let me say, above the soil is in my DG, so plants, animals, and humans, not the soil, thank God, and but also water. So my problem is that when I do the jumbo meetings with public health people and veterinarians, and we were discussing, guess what, avian flu, I'm trying to create the trust that still does not exist, let alone the interoperability of the data that are collected at the beginning of the production chain, meaning the animal health that transmit the zoonosis to us. It's very difficult. So I stop here for the sake of time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for reminding me that, you know, humans are part of the ecosystem. I don't know how many health professionals would have said that.
Oh, no.
So thank you for reminding us all that this is something really important. So let me now turn to Stuart, way to the right. And, well, talking about specific ecosystems, I mean, the Pacific Islands are a specific ecosystem. And how could you, apply the One Health approach to address this climate vulnerability challenges across the Pacific small islands? Please.
Yeah, thanks very much. So the Pacific faces some really critical challenges in this area, subject to a lot of climate risks, floods, cyclones, sea level rise, climate-sensitive diseases, dengue, malaria, encephalitis, leptospirosis, and there's huge pressure on already fragile health infrastructure. So we try and take a One Health approach, and in fact it's built into our strategic plan at SPC because we have public health responsibilities as well as Earth observation responsibilities. So I'm going to give you three quick examples of how we're working on this issue. So one is infrastructure risk mapping. So we've used Digital Earth Pacific to identify hospitals and health infrastructure that are at risk of climate change, that are close to the water's edge, where there is erosion occurring or where they may be subject to flood zones across the region. And this is leading to countries like Fiji, the Marshall Islands, Tuvalu and Vanuatu guiding decisions on relocation and a resilient design of these hospital facilities. Second example is in the area of food systems and NCDs, which have already been mentioned. So non-communicable diseases are a huge scourge in the Pacific. Nearly, I think, out of the top 10 diabetes nations, 6 of them are in the Pacific. So caused by challenges with food systems and importation of food, but also challenges with disease and crop failures. We've got coconut rhinoceros beetle infestation, for example, which we are using Earth observation to track from space. And another great example was the recent GCF project that was announced, which is looking at doing the science to identify how climate change is going to shift the patterns of tuna fisheries in the region, which is a huge economic issue as well as a huge dietary issue for our people. And lastly, the third example is on disease surveillance and early warning. So through monitoring, for example, water bodies from space, we can track the risk of waterborne diseases and vector-borne diseases like dengue, malaria, and help countries prepare in advance for what will inevitably be outbreaks of those issues. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding us how all these systems are interconnected, completely interconnected. I mean, the ecosystem happening to Earth and, the food system, the hospital, the care system, these are completely interconnected and may suffer, from all these stressors. Okay, let me turn to Musonda now. I think we mentioned avian flu a little bit earlier, but I mean, you know a lot about the wetlands. And how does the ecosystem degradation contribute to health risks? And maybe including with that, Earth observation with also some indigenous knowledge that could contribute also to addressing these issues. Please.
Thank you very much, Robert. Really grateful to be here. Firstly, I just want to mention to everyone that the Convention on Wetlands is the oldest multilateral environmental agreement of all the environmental agreements, even though we're outside of the UN system. 173 member states, with the latest one as of last week being the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And also, we are the spatial, if you go to ramsar.org, spatial convention with over 2,600 assets, i.e. wetlands, Ramsar sites that belong to your countries. And several of the scientists here work on these spaces. Now, we are the Convention on Wetlands and Waterfall. So the migration of birds across the world with no passports, they end up carrying disease in many instances. And DG Galini just mentioned here the avian flu situation. And I'll give that example very quickly. We have seen how across these different flyways, birds have gone far and wide and spread disease. And since 1997, and you work in environmental health and public health, we've seen how the zoonotic effect, and very recently, even in supermarkets in America, or even here in Europe, trying to figure out you cannot sell certain eggs because of the proximity of the disease and from specific wetlands. So our convention, therefore, we have done several capacity development work to be able to work with wetland managers, health people, national wetland inventory mechanisms, scientists, medical people, so that we have this cross-cutting. And I really want to just bring this a little bit lower notch to the indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples have for the longest time played a very critical role in early warning. Even before we receive that satellite imagery to tell us where has the migration happened, what is the state of the wetland, and what is happening, that early warning mechanism is absolutely critical to complement the Earth intelligence and be able to make the decision at that granular level, be it a local level, regional, sub-regional, and ultimately global. And perhaps I'll leave it there and speak later to some of the scientific ways we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, everybody should be aware that what's happening in the wetlands, everybody should be concerned by it all the time. And many of you have mentioned early warning, and this is absolutely critical for what we can do in the future to be able to deal with these issues. So let me turn now to Simonetta. Okay, Simonetta, the question that I would like to ask is about the commitments that your organization can make to support GEO post-2025 strategy implementation, and particularly applying Earth intelligence to strengthen planetary health.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all colleagues from GEO. Very happy to be here. The European Space Agency is a space agency, but we've been supporting GEO since its inception. I would say the 20 years have passed and space has become more relevant to support sectorial policies like the climate one, but also policies like the health one. And I must say the connection between climate and health was already underlined by my colleague here, the minister. And just to say that what we are doing, we are building satellites with the European member states, industry, but also with partners like EUMETSAT and the Commission. And today we have a lot of instruments, a lot of data, valuable data, which are mostly free and open data, actually all of free and open data that can support all the challenges that we commonly have in terms of challenges of managing a better health on our planet. So the One Health approach, I think it's one that fits really well in terms of using infrastructure from satellites and from data. Just to give you some reference element, I mean, the World Health Organization talks about 7 million people in the world which die every year due to the quality, the air pollution. And the European Environment Agency, with whom also here in the room, with whom we collaborate since years, estimates about 500,000 deaths due to air pollution. What do we do with satellites? With satellites, you can see the quality of the air, you can see the particles, you can see also NO2, and this was the case that we actually detected during the COVID, reduction of about 50% of NO2 measurements. But we can also see many other things, like we can track heat waves and correlate those heat waves with health elements and also warning elements. And last but not least, I want to mention we just launched a satellite last week. It's called Biomass. It's a satellite that will look at the tropical forest role in terms of carbon fluxes and absorption of carbon. We have 100 sites worldwide that will validate the ground data on site, and we look really at the relevance that those carbon flux and capacity of absorption of carbon by tropical forests will have in terms of the climate impact, but also in terms of the health overall that we have as an element of that climate collaboration that we need to set up.
Thank you. You mentioned correlating different types of data, and this is something that we have already mentioned, and I think this is something we should take for the next round, because this is critical for, I mean, we will have a lot of data, but how to interconnect them is really a real challenge. Now I will turn to Fabio and ask you about how can Earth intelligence and environmental health science be more effectively integrated into research infrastructures? And we know we need those, but how can we integrate them better? Fabio.
Thank you very much, Robert. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm very, very pleased to be here also on behalf of the Ministry of University and Research from Italy. Well, Earth intelligence can play a crucial role in managing, mitigating the risk associated with the so-called triple global environmental crisis that was mentioned at different times this morning, but also this afternoon. So we need surely to engage, to embed more it in the existing infrastructures. But it's also crucial to include those actions in the frame of the international, global, national policies that we are developing, addressing for improving human health, but also the health of the environment, its productivity. For example, at the European level, we are now designing new strategies, new acts, for example, bioeconomy strategy, life sciences strategy, chemical industry package, clean industry deal, biotech act, and so on. It is important that health intelligence is included in these new initiatives, but also in the actions that the European Commission put in place through the missions, for example, soil mission, ocean, but also climate adaptation missions. And then very, very relevant in my view is that Earth intelligence is becoming a crucial part in the frame of the One Health agenda, which is under development from the task force of the 5 European agencies: European Center for Disease Prevention Control, European Food Safety Authority, European Medicine Agency, European Environmental Agency, European Chemical Agencies. They're working together. They have to boost this inside it. And then, of course, we need to connect, Robert. The issue is we are working parallel. We need to bring things together, environmental agreements, research projects, health initiatives. We need to have a more unified, scalable approach to the health. This is something that we need to do urgently, reducing fragmentation, maximizing the impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I've spent a lot of my life asking people from different disciplines to work together. And honestly, it works when you have money. If you put money, I mean, if you tell them, this is a program where you have to work together and I give you some, that works extremely, extremely well. Anyhow, this is a side comment. I think now we've closed the first round, and in the second round, I think the order of the intervention will be a little bit different because we have seen some local, regional problems, and we have seen some more global issues. They are extremely interrelated, but yet I think we could maybe start with more maybe a specific question and then get to more the global afterwards. So, Your Excellency, the first question is still for you. How can Earth observation technology, what role they can play in addressing climate-linked One Health challenges in arid, water-scarce regions? Please.
Let me start with a statistic. The World Bank estimates that climate change could result in additional health cost of at least $21 trillion by 2050. And we know that the human activities that causes throwing the balance of the ecosystems, the natural balance of the environmental ecosystems comes with a cost. But this is going to be an ever-growing cost if we don't put actions on the ground at the moment and take this into our hands. Now, there are some challenges that are very specific to arid and water-scarce environments. And those could be related to, if I will zoom in again, I've mentioned the air quality agenda that the UAE have set for 2031. And I will zoom in a little bit on that matter. Naturally, we are subject to challenges that are related to air quality because of the location of the country and the being subject to wind that carries sand and dust storms from around the region. And Simonita have mentioned air quality and the monitoring of air quality that can Earth Intelligence provide us with to take better interventions and to put better policies. But if we look at our region, we are subject to a lot of the natural sources, specifically if we will talk about PM 2.5, which can create a lot of, or can be some of the health risks, such as cardiovascular diseases, respiratory diseases, could be attributed and greatly attributed to exposure of PM 2.5. But with the situation that we have, we are subject to the natural sources in the higher percentage. And we're trying to dive deeper and deeper in studying the contributions of the different sectors, the contribution of the natural sources of particulate matters 2.5. And we know that it also affects so many other aspects. So it affects even the cognitive development of children. But we need as well to think about how we look at this from a holistic perspective. So in the agenda, we're looking at the outdoor air quality as one aspect, but we're looking as well on indoor air quality. We as humans, we spend up to 90% of our time in indoor environments, like where we are at the moment. Sometimes, or that could vary between 6% in transportations to 84% in buildings generally, and ranging from buildings that educational setups for commercial, industrial, and so on, the type of air quality could be subject to as well outdoor air quality that shows us that we need to create a framework that provides us insight on data, linking between and correlating between Earth observation data that provide us the sand and dust storm information, which can allow us to be more proactive, and as well to inform us of better measures that we can do to have better quality in indoor setups. Talking about water, on the other hand, is yet another big challenge, especially for the region. We are naturally in water scarce environment, and we have as well, if we talk about soil health as well, high salinity of soil. Then we have to take to make sure that we're monitoring the health of our water systems, which are not too many, but we're also monitoring the underground water at all times, and taking in consideration the marine environment. The UAE, as it is, have always believed in the power of collaboration and in the power of integration, and have worked tirelessly to create platforms for convening different countries. And if I look back at COP28, during that time, we've had a day for health in COP28 agenda. We've had as well a focus on nature, where the conversations on climate change and health have been brought to the table. The conversation on nature and the loss of biodiversity with climate change have been put on the table. And yet again, we are working toward convening countries for water by hosting the UN 2026 Water Conference in collaboration with Senegal. And we look forward to creating more collaborations that will bring more impactful solutions for humanity in the near future, hopefully.
Thank you very much. There are some common problems, but there are some very specific problems, and air quality can be bad for many different reasons, and it's good that you have mentioned it. Let's shift now to a Pacific island. It's a different region of the world, different ecosystem. So, Stuart, how can we, what barriers should we use to, that need to be overcome to implement a comprehensive One Health system in the Pacific Islands?
Yeah, thanks. Look, I'm going to answer this a little bit differently. I'm going to take an approach that Earth observation and Earth intelligence is not just about surveilling or monitoring. It's also, we can use this to change outcomes for people. And I'm going to use a specific example that's the story of two fisheries in the Pacific. So the Pacific manages the tuna fishery, which provides more than half of the world's tuna, and it manages that very sustainably in the Pacific, a really excellently managed fishery. In contrast, almost all of our islands rely on coastal fisheries for their food sources, and the coastal fisheries are very heavily impacted by local fishermen hitting the coral reefs hard and depleting the coral stocks. So one of the programs I talked about already, the GCF project tuna fisheries in the region has a component to it which is about installing smart fish aggregating devices in the Pacific Island countries. And what these are effectively devices that you put offshore beyond the coral reef. They're instrumented so they can monitor the biomass of fish below them. They're GPS located. And what it means is that the local fishermen, rather than fishing the coral reef and depleting the coral reef fisheries, can go out to these fish aggregating devices and catch tuna and mahi-mahi and sustainably manage fish stocks, bring that back and feed their population while protecting the local environment and maintaining their livelihoods. So we can use Earth intelligence to drive outcomes with our people as well as monitor their progress. Back to you.
Thank you for taking a very precise and concrete example. I think this is what we need in the One Health era, because, I mean, everybody knows a little bit about One Health, but concretely, I mean, this is something that we should really take. So now I'll turn to Musanda and ask her that how can wetland monitoring data be integrated with Earth intelligence systems?
No, thank you very much. So I just want to tell everybody that in July, we're going to be meeting, the world is going to be meeting on the Victoria Falls, 7th wonder of the world. For the COP15 of our convention, you're all invited, 23rd to the 31st. And one of the outcome documents that we're sharing there, please look out for it, is the Global Wetland Outlook. This Wetland Outlook shows and examines what is the cost of wetland loss. Without data from European Space Agency, from JAXA, from everywhere, we cannot determine what the loss of this natural capital and what the implications are. And as such, Earth intelligence is absolutely critical. And then secondly, I just want to mention that since 1970s, we've lost well over 40% of wetland areas in the world and losing more. So how can we actually quantify what that loss means for health, what that loss means for food systems, what that loss means in relation to climate data? So for us as a convention, national wetland inventories are critical. Each country in the world has to do an inventory. We cannot save what we do not know. And which is why when all the 173 member states meet in Victoria Falls, they'll be deciding, how do we collaborate differently? How do we collaborate in a world where this geo-global governance architecture is a little fractured? And this is why the power of multilateralism now is extremely important and something we heard at the very beginning of the meeting this morning. So we are really looking forward to engaging with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. So now we shift maybe to more global aspects, and to start with you, Sandra, and to focus on vulnerable populations, and basically how can international cooperation play in harmonizing the approaches to vulnerable populations worldwide? How can?
Very critical word here is the word vulnerable. So I will give you a few examples, but the list of projects that we have is very long. The European Union is quite a champion in this, and I would like to thank our colleagues also from RTD to be able to participate in this meeting, to be able to mention a few of them. We have an early warning system that concerns mosquitoes that has been applied in Africa, Asia, and we are fostering big cooperation there. So I would suggest that you go and promenade as scientists with your Earth intelligence focus and see what we're trying to do there. It's a very laudable undertaking. We have something which is called EU for Warning, which is a much broader project. And here I would like to mention that we have as a focus also the One Aqua Health issue, which is not to be forgotten. We have also, I would say, the monitoring of mosquito habitats, not far from discussions that may be taking place for the wetlands, I would say, areas, but it's really how the communities can maintain their health when they are very vulnerable. I would like to say that we also have, for non-communicable diseases, the need for Earth intelligence, and I would like to mention to you one initiative which speaks to all of the cancer communities, the European Cancer Inequalities Register. This inequalities register has also environmental data in it, so I want to make it clear that it's not a register where you only find the profile of the patients, but you have also the habitat where they are. In international terms, well, I have been preceded by my colleague in terms of what we're doing with our own agencies. We have 5 agencies that are trying to join forces for the One Health banner, under the One Health banner, but internationally we have the famous quadripartite with Lady Sally. We were trying to create a secretariat, we were trying to do many things. I'm not too sure where we are with that project because we wanted to have it in Nairobi. And here, the important part of this quadripartite thing is that the let's say, FAO and other agencies are cooperating beyond their remit. And we need money, as you rightly say, to put all at ease. So we have created something which is called a multi-partner trust fund. Member states have contributed lavishly to that fund, so they are believers in this, and I'm very, very proud of that. And it should be helping middle-income countries integrating the ideas of One Health into their health strategies. I cannot end without mentioning the successful agreement around the pandemic agreement. The pandemic agreement was championed by Europe. We are very proud of that, but there was, as you say, and as you can imagine, quite a lot of support multilaterally. I think it's a first step towards the recognition of One Health, and perhaps we will go next step will be the Earth intelligence embedded in there. It is a binding agreement, I want to stress, and once it enters into force, it should give you the possibility to do the things legally that you cannot do internationally today. Obviously, we have an international situation whereby, we will not have one specific country member to this agreement at the moment, but we are always hopeful for the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me turn to Simonetta now and ask her, and if you can, answer very briefly about the role that satellite Earth observation have in sustainable public health decision-making, in scenario analysis.
Yes, thank you. Certainly, satellites have relevance to monitor the environmental situation, the climate context. We have new tools coming. We will launch a meteorological with the satellite with the sounder on board. We have already a system in place, as I said, and those will continue to contribute to look at the current environmental condition, the climate conditions, and the impact that these have on health. Correlation, for example, between heat waves and impact on the health. We have research projects that support the correlation between call of the ambulances and the context in which those happen. We have a project on urban analytics that does that, but we also have projects looking at how migration fluxes of birds can impact taking disease from one area to the other. Last but not least, we look, for example, at the impact of the humidity of the terrain with satellite data in terms of potential malaria and diseases. So we have a lot of first data infrastructure in the making that contribute to that, but at the same time we do a lot of R&D work, demonstration work on the relevance of the use of those data into applications like the health one. And of course there we could talk about the health resilience project of ESA that is managing, but also the fact that we don't just do it looking at the way we have currently impact on the health, but the way we could have a forecasting system. So we have new digital tools, new digital models, the digital twin of the Earth, that really work on urban digital twins related to health, trying to inject data sets into a modeling of how it could look like an urban situation or a situation that could really have impact in terms of health, but also in terms of impact on biodiversity. And this is really the work, the predictive work, which is what we are looking to continue also in the context of GEO with all of you.
Thank you very much. Fabio, in a nutshell, what can you say about the Exposome platform, the facility and the infrastructure in Europe called IRENE?
Thank you, Robert. Well, I'm a scientist, so for me, research infrastructures are crucial. We cannot do anything without. This is my personal opinion. So the infrastructures can allow us to generate high-quality FA data, but also acquire, assess, processing outside generated data. But very, very importantly, can allow us to share those data globally by protecting them from misuse and abuse. This is something that is emerging. This year we led the G7, last year, G7 Science and Technology. This was the #1 priority. And the infrastructure can help us here. And then develop, scale up user and policy-driven interoperable tools. It was mentioned, Earth intelligence, to be applied locally and regionally, and globally, but also improving, implementing, assessing emerging technologies in the One Health area. And then cooperation, exchange of young scientists, very important point, and also new talents, and so on and so on. The Expo Zone infrastructure that you mentioned is a pan-European initiative exploiting synergies across different sectors, public health, environmental science, regulatory and research communities, at global, local level. At the new F3, I have difficulties in, is play a crucial role, even more concrete and important role in supporting decision makers in shaping mitigation strategies for climate issues, pollution, associated problems, and so on. At the national node, the Italian node will contribute for sure in an effective manner to the implementation of the strategic implementation plan by engaging public entities, a large array of private actors to promote good practices in the manufacturing area, but also in agriculture, in the use of water and soil. And we will do the exercise to also combine the actions together with the opportunities offered by the European missions programs that was mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabio. With this, I would like first to thank the panelists for giving really interesting comments in a very short time. And now we'd like to open this session now for interventions from the audience. If anybody has a comment, a question, please stick to a very short comment because we are running really out of time, 1 minute maximum, and be glad to have you. So I think I will get the order here. I see China here. Maybe you can start.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Yeah. I think this concept of One Health underscores the interdependence of both human health and the Earth environment. Also, through the EO technology, China also made a lot of systematic efforts to protect the environment and restoration the ecosystems, which include the battle against the pollution, the 3 North Shelter Belt Forest Program, and some wetland conservation, and also coastal restoration. So these efforts have enhanced the quality and services of ecosystem while reduce the public health risks. For example, China employs the intelligent EO technology and climate modeling to protect the regional health impacts from the wildfire. And this also estimates potential fatality from the wildfire-related causes. And also among these, the international efforts are also very important. The China and European Space Agency, we have launched the Dragon program over 20 years. So over hundreds of projects have been carried out successfully. So all of these efforts provide the scientific foundations for the One Health governance and climate change adaptation. Also under the GEO post-2025 GWP, China also initiates the integrated research on wildfire and health nexus. So looking ahead for the coming decades, We will try to collaborate with the EU members and to address the triple crisis over the climate change, biodiversity losses, and environmental pollution. So I'm sure through our close collaboration under the GEO umbrella, we can make our planet more healthy, more resilient, and also more sustainable. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Now, Italy, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Yeah, I have just a straightforward question. It's been already raised, the question about air quality. That is one, I think is the #1 cause of premature death worldwide. Now, the question to Sandra Gallina about the panel, how the Commission is going to handle the new air quality directive with a much lower limit if the impact of indoor pollution that has been already pointed out sometimes is even worse, but is not regulated by law. It's just a guideline. And so in terms of One Health approach, from legislative point of view, considering the impact also from penalties that if you go above the limit that the countries have to deal with. So how One Health approach can guide a European Union, but in general, to implement this vertical legislation by sectorial if the impact, the exposure is horizontal. Thank you.
This could take 2 days, but we will be very short. I would suggest that you read the opinion of the Scientific Advisory Mechanism. This ugly name refers to a very honorable group of scientists that devoted 1 year to produce an opinion on the governance of One Health. Because what you say is really the philosophical conundrum. We work in silos. Let me say science since the 16th, 17th century has developed in science in silos. And the more you want to know, the more you want to foster your silo knowledge. The problem is that the holistic impact of what you do is completely lost. This issue of governance concerns, I would say, really deeply even the structures of learning, of, I would say, university. How would you be able to approach the initial stage of how knowledge is fostered? And then you exponentially grow the complexity, because with it comes the construction of society, the construction of the different, I would say, activities of human beings. So let me say to you, we try to inspire ourselves to the One Health principle. It's even difficult for me personally to keep the two communities, I say two, but there are more than two. I have also the plant health people, to keep them together in these jumbo meetings that I do. So let me say to you, it needs to become an automatic reflex that what you do has an impact to the next silo, but it's still not so easy. We are trying to populate with guidelines. Let me say it's also an issue of competence. How far can we go is, you know, you can imagine.
Thank you. Switzerland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a point and ask a question regarding the cooperation at the international level. It is essential for a truly global One Health approach. How can Earth Intelligence Initiative, especially GEO initiative, better be aligned with the effort of UNEP and other UN bodies to strengthen the environmental pillar? Particularly regarding the monitoring and early warning of ecosystem-related health risk. Do you have some response to that? Because here in the room, I don't see, I think, a representative from UNEP, and you know that they have a strategy, and all countries which are here are also part of UNEP and of this strategy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody would like to, Sandra, you would like to comment, please, very short?
Yes, we have at the international level numerous collaboration, including the one with GEO, and we try to have them all correlated somehow. For example, at ESA we have an agreement with UNEP since over 15 years. It's an agreement that concerns not just SDG 6, so the water management, but it really concerns also the impact that this water management has and the water basin have on the health sector, as here we're talking health. So I would say the international collaboration, this is just a little bit to reassure you in a GEO context where we have multilateral collaborations, and we also have, ISA, for example, is 23 countries, but we work with the UN Environmental Conventions, all of them since 20 years, and we work at regional level. And all of this collaboration, at least for what concerns our job in space, they try to be coherent and interconnected. And that's really the effort that we are trying to have, and also we are trying to provide tools to support the implementation of what is decided in such international convention. Space is one of the tools to monitor the implementation of international environmental legislation. This is clearly also the approach that we are taking in support of GEO.
Thank you, Simonetta. Very short comments from EEA, then from FAO. EEA, please.
Yeah, thanks. Obviously, the One Health initiative and the overriding theme within this discussion has been the need to connect data across sectors, veterinary and human health, climate and environment. And of course, at the European Environment Agency, we aim to do this as well because we have the Climate and Health Observatory, Environment and Health Atlas, and we use Copernicus. So we really try to make this connection together with partners. But Sandra, you've mentioned, and other colleagues here, that the silos persist, and of course the need to connect and collaborate is enormous. What would be your call to us in terms of what do you think is the key to breaking down those silos? What can we do as a room to actually help to facilitate that?
Who would like to answer this one? But we don't have, honestly, I mean, yeah, I think my experience personally is that if you have a project where you really need different people coming together, I think this will eventually lead to more integration and people will work together. And then this will support, you know, the, well, removing of the silos that we are experiencing all. I mean, but, you know, I am in the committee, scientific committee of EEA, but I'm, you know, a health person. So I'm there because of that, because we wanted to have a larger vision and make things a little bit wider. Can I? Yes, please, but very short.
I'm always picking on your answers. Let me say, in peace times, money does the trick. In crisis times, people move to work together. So I hope no crisis will appear on the horizon, but the minute there is a crisis, EAA and all the other four that we have in the five-partite, the quintupartite that we have, will need to work together well. I have had the experience directly, but let me say to you what I see today is that at least in the agencies within Europe, there is a lot of predisposition to work together. A lot.
Yeah, I agree with that. FAO?
Yeah. First, we agree quite well with Ms. Sandra Scalina's point. Agriculture is the nexus and critical to One Health. For this, we really want to contribute for the One Health. As you know, FAO is one of the 4 UN agencies that inaugurated One Health initiative, including FAO, WHO, WOH, and UNEP, including public health, animal health, and ecosystem health. We're working to set up digital platform for the One Health initiative based on FAO AgriSpec platform. In FAO, we are not working on food and food security. We're working on agro-food system for better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life, leave no one behind. So our work covers from food production, transportation, processing, supply, consumption, including crop, animal, forestry, fishery, trade and market, rural development, disaster emergency, climate, land, water, animal health, and zoonotic diseases, food and nutrition. In addition to animal health, ecosystem and public health, we also work on plant health, soil health, and nutrition, which is close relevant to One Health. Back to Earth observation, FAO have a good tradition and capacity in Earth observation and Earth intelligence applications dated back to 1970s. We are deeply involved in many GEO programs, initiatives like GFOC, Geoglam, GeoPDRS, GeoArc, ODOK, and GeoKnowledge Hub. I just named some of that, but our involvement in One Health is quite limited. For this, we really want to contribute more. And yesterday, during our session on food security and ecosystem resilience, so we notified for the One Health, we really need synergy from the existing programs. So we're really interested to contribute to GEO for One Health from FEO side. Let's stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comment. I think we still have Maldives, what I cannot see, that would like to make a comment. Yeah? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, moderator. Thank you for the panelists as well. As a small islands facing compounding vulnerabilities from rising temperatures, extreme weather events, and rain-induced or flood-induced outbreaks of vector-borne diseases. How could GEO better support early warning systems that integrate Earth observations with local health and climate data due to anticipate and mitigate these risks? And how can GEO help to translate this intelligence into public health interventions and lifestyle adaptation that strengthens community resilience and promote One Health health outcomes in data scarce island context? If any of the panelists can respond. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just a short answer from Stuart. Yeah.
Thanks. I just thought, partly in answer to that, but more generally to tie some of the stuff together, I'd share a very human impact story. And it's actually a personal one, because in 1974, Australia had some significant flooding, which led to many wetlands being filled and many birds coming down carrying disease. I went fishing with my family and sat with my sister fishing at a wetland, and we were both bitten by mosquitoes. I was lucky. I was bitten by a mosquito carrying Ross River fever, which has an impact for a few weeks but doesn't have a permanent impact. My sister was bitten by a mosquito carrying Murray Valley encephalitis. So she went into a coma and has been permanently disabled for the rest of her life. Now, the reason I'm sharing this is if we had the surveillance capabilities that we have today, perhaps it would be my sister sitting here talking to you, instead of being in a wheelchair in Melbourne. So, you know, this is real. When we're talking about health, it's impacting on people, and these people are in need today. So I think we have a responsibility to make this work and to bring our expertise to this challenge. So back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. With this, I would like to really thank the audience for the question and for the comments. Again, the panelists. Actually, I had prepared some concluding remarks, as we do usually, but I will not read those. I have taken some notes during the note, and I will just give you a few keywords that may summarize one way or another this session. Well, first, we learned that we are all part of the ecosystem, and many thanks for that, although we should have known better. But first, carbon collaboration. I think we mentioned that a number of times, and we still need to do that, but that's really very critical. Second point, there are some very global issues and there are some very local issues, and we have to adapt, and you have to do both. But there are no real boundaries. What's happening locally can eventually be a problem at a much larger scale. The other point, vulnerable populations. Some populations are more vulnerable than the other for many reasons. We have to take care of those in priority. Early warning is a very important outcome. I mean, we have to have a system for early warning in many different areas, infections or contamination or many others. I have taken also the point of data. I mean, we will collect a huge amount of data. We will probably not know very well how to share them, analyze them together, etc. They may be quite different. So this is a huge problem that we have to address. I also noted the costs. Somebody mentioned the cost. I mean, not doing anything is extremely costly and probably much more costly in the long run than doing something, and we have to be aware of that. And also infrastructure, research infrastructure that are used, research in general, but also these big infrastructure that we are building across in Europe and across the world to be able to progress in this field. So instead of having the formal closing statement, I thought these keywords may help us think better in the future. This is not it. I mean, I know that there's a coffee break, but this is not completely it. We have a movie to show you, a video movie to show you on, what was it? The Sargassum blooms. This is very important. I saw some of those from a plane once, and really it is impressive. So I think the movie is really great. So if you can stay with us, have a look at this movie, or for those who would like to go for a coffee break, anyhow, you decide. But I was told the movie was really good and excellent. And with this, thank you very much for attending, and have an excellent.
Sargassum is increasing the level of poverty in the affected areas, because once it beaches, you can do fishing, you can do any fish-related activity.
The beach is part of your compound, so with Sargassum, it's like somebody comes and dumps something in your backyard. You can't have access to your garden anymore.
The touristic industry is also really a big part of this, because most of their beaches are littered or spread with a lot of sargassum. That makes it really hard, the cost of cleaning, and also not nice for all their patrons.
Sargassum, a type of floating brown algae, originates from the Sargasso Sea. While it plays a crucial role in the ocean, providing habitat for marine life, its unchecked growth has become a crisis.
Gives me a visceral feeling about what the climate crisis means, why we need to manage nutrients better, because sargassum is not a bad thing, but if we continue our activities, we're going to see more and more of this macroalgae end up on our beaches.
Since 2011, sargassum blooms are spreading across the Atlantic, from the Caribbean Sea to West African shores. Sargassum has been washing ashore in massive amounts, disrupting marine ecosystems, livelihoods, and the region's treasured beauty.
The fact that we are now experiencing sargassum in various parts of the world is an indication that it's moved away from local challenge to a global challenge.
We need to deploy all the scientific tools available to us, from satellites to collection of in-situ data, to understand the motion of this sargassum globally. By understanding the problem is always part of the solution.
A tool has been created to bridge the gap between technical experts and decision makers. The Sargassum Information Hub website, a one-stop shop for all sargassum information. The Sargassum Information Hub is a unique, centralized platform designed to empower communities, researchers, and decision makers with information on where to find data, scientific insights, and information on sargassum monitoring and forecasting.
Because there's so much fragmented information, I think an information hub is really going to be a game changer in terms of how we transform the research outputs into actionable insight that help protect people's lives for many generations to come.
So GeoBlue Planet has made easy access. If at the click of a button, you can get the information you require, everything can be done rapidly. If all of the information is being put in one repository for you to be able to make informed decisions based on data. So thanks to GeoBlue Planet, you're making the world a smaller place.
GeoBlue Planet is the coastal and ocean arm of the Group on Earth Observations and works to drive Earth observation-based intelligence and solution for coastal and ocean challenges.
The assurance that you are not alone, You are not walking alone. You have people who share your common dreams and vision because they share common problems with you. I think it has a huge role to play in managing Sargassum challenges moving into the future.
GEO Blue Planet unites experts from academia, governments, and regional bodies to centralize Sargassum knowledge and ensure actionable insights for decision makers. Its working group supports monitoring efforts to enhance forecasting, data dissemination, and decision-making tools. Reliable Earth observations play a vital role in tackling environmental challenges by providing accurate data to guide effective response strategies. The Sargassum Information Hub, supported by GEO Blue Planet, is the perfect tool to equip society with the knowledge needed to take action.
It is very important to work together and share information. And the reason is simple. They say if you want to go far, you go together.
So I'm fully committed to an open science, open data type approach.
You need me, I need you. So we can no more stay in isolation.
Without access to data, there's really no freedom. So this means freedom.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, friends, welcome back to this second part of Section 4 of the Ministerial Roundtable on Earth Intelligence for Disaster Risk Reduction. Without further adu, I invite GEO co-chair Dr. Joanna Drake to deliver her introductory remarks. Dr. Drake, would you, yes, please come to the podium. Joanna Drake, she is Deputy Director General of the Directorate General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission. Please, Dr. Drake.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you so much also to all the panel speakers for having accepted the invite to be here on such a very important subject. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished representatives, welcome to this pivotal ministerial session. Today, we gather to explore maybe we can have a bit more silence, please. Today, we gather to explore a groundbreaking concept that promises to significantly advance something we're talking about all the time, global disaster risk reduction efforts. It is Earth intelligence for all, indeed. This concept, central to the GEO community's post-2025 strategy, envisions the integration of Earth observations with social science, enriched by innovative technologies and advanced analytics. Our goal is to leverage this Earth intelligence to enhance initiatives such as early warnings for all, where GEO plays a crucial role as a supporting, implementing partner. As emphasized in the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, reducing disaster risk and building resilience are essential components for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And to support these initiatives, these objectives, GEO's approach to Earth intelligence focuses on delivering targeted, evidence-based, and actionable information. This information must be co-designed with the whole chain of users and contributors in mind, with end users, national civil protection agencies, to the local decision makers, ensuring it is tailored to meet their specific needs. Achieving these goals requires open access to high-quality Earth observation data and scientific knowledge, robust public infrastructure for monitoring and analysis, as well as, of course, trusted partnerships between the data producers and the users for co-design and also co-production. Moreover, enabling technologies such as artificial intelligence, long-term data preservation, and interoperable platforms are crucial. In an era marked by escalating natural and man-made disasters, the EU's role in mitigating these risks is vital not only for Europe, but for the global community. As we confront challenges ranging from climate change-induced events to humanitarian crises, the EU's comprehensive approach to disaster risk reduction serves as a beacon for collaborative and proactive engagement. 6 weeks ago, the Commission and High Representative launched the Preparedness Union strategy in order to support member states and to enhance Europe's capability to prevent and to respond to emerging threats from growing geopolitical tensions and conflicts, hybrid and cybersecurity threats, foreign information manipulation and interference, to climate change and increasing natural disasters. The European Union Civil Protection Mechanism exemplifies the EU's commitment to rapid and coordinated disaster response by the pooling of resources from member states and the facilitation of cooperation with international partners. The European Union Civil Protection Mechanism ensures the swift and effective mobilization of emergency aid and expertise to the affected regions worldwide. This coordination is crucial in reducing the immediate impact of disasters and supporting recovery efforts. Besides reinforcing the UCPM mechanism, the Preparedness Union strategy includes actions to develop a comprehensive risks and threats assessment in the European Union, building on the scientific analysis, on EU-funded research and innovation, on real-time early warning systems, on satellite monitoring and geospatial data, such as the Copernicus Emergency Management Service. In the following panel discussion, ministers and high-level representatives will further explore how Earth intelligence can be strategically leveraged to bolster disaster risk reduction efforts with examples from their own respective countries and areas of operation. Some crucial questions will be raised on improving the production, accessibility, and application of Earth intelligence in support of risk-informed decision-making and the implementation of Sendai Framework and the Early Warnings for All initiative. And I will now leave the floor to you, Dr. Guzzetti, to introduce the distinguished panel, members of the panel. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Drake. Thank you for your insightful remarks that I'm sure will be taken on by our distinguished panel. My name is Fausto Guzzetti, a senior scientist at the National Research Council of Italy, a physical geography by training. For over 3 decades, I have worked on natural hazards and risks, and I was also Director General of the Italian Civil Protection Department Office for scientific and technical activities related to natural and technological hazards and risks. This roundtable focuses on disaster risk reduction and specifically on making Earth intelligence truly operational for DRRR and for Early Warning for All initiative. Launched, as you may recall, by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres to ensure that each of us on this planet is protected from weather, water, or climate events through early warning system by the end of 2027.
And as you all know, GEO is the official supporting implementing agency for the Early Warning for All project. In this context, a scope of this roundtable is to identify concrete actions and commitments to realize the GEO post-2025 strategy through its strategic implementation plan. I have now the privilege to introduce our distinguished panelists, beginning with His Excellency Minister Jorge Raúl Carrillo Tutiven, in charge of the National Disaster Management Agency of Ecuador. We are really very honored to have you here, Minister. And Ecuador, of course, has spearheaded actions on early warning with Earth observation technologies and data. Welcome, Minister Carrillo. Then we have Bernard Megaran, Acting Director General of the European Commission Joint Research Center, that is advancing science-based solutions to support, among others, disaster risk reduction, crisis management, and climate resilience in Europe and partner countries worldwide. Welcome, Dr. Magnan. Mr. Takashi Yokura, Deputy Director General, Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology of Japan. Japan is, as you well know, a resilient country that continuously strengthens the DRR through innovation, through experience and Earth intelligence. Welcome, Kyozura-san. Then Mr. Niels Ol Nielsen, Practice Manager, Global Facility for Disaster Reduction and Recovery, the World Bank, helping developing countries reduce disaster risk and build resilience through strategic investments, technical expertise, and policy support. So also welcome to you, Mr. Ol Nielsen. Allow me a kind reminder to our panelists of the format of the discussion. We will proceed with 2 rounds of questions. Each panelist is invited to provide a response about in 2-3 minutes, if possible. And I will be most grateful if you could help me keep the time of this session. So let us start with Minister Carrillo. Your Excellency, as one of the implementing countries of the Early Warning for All initiative, how is Ecuador planning to leverage Earth intelligence in the coming years?
Thank you. Well, as an implementing country of the Early Warning for All initiative, Ecuador recognizes that Earth intelligence is vital for anticipating risk, transforming climate governance models, and reducing structural inequalities. With this framework, our vision for the coming years is articulated around 3 strategic fronts. First, the experience with GeoGlam, which has allowed Ecuador to have near real-time information on flows, forecasts, and alerts, will be a cornerstone in strengthening pillars 1 and 2 of Early Warning for All, which are risk awareness and monitoring capabilities. We aim to strengthen GeoGlam and make it a national hydrometeorological operational platform, integrating its products into implementing early warning system and emphasizing rural, Amazonian, and high-risk areas. Since the platform begins being used, the Secretariat National of Risk Management has identified that more than 66% of alerts materialized and cause impacts on the population. This is a high-value platform for risk management, allowing us to anticipate and plan. Number 2, we aspire from Earth intelligence to become a reliable source for anticipatory management, both for emergency and sectoral planning, considering using GeoGlam for agriculture monitoring and water management. Integrating satellite data in scenarios of for wildfires, droughts, and floods, and strengthening local capacities for interpretation and action based on this data. And finally, leverage the recently approved project from the Green Climate Fund, the new project approved with GCF, aligned with Goal 5 of the post-2025 GEO strategy. will provide Ecuador a concrete opportunity to expand the technical and technological capacities of our national and cantonal institutions to support decision-making based on observation, build bridge between Earth intelligence and climate public policies, and identify, manage, and finance operational tools that supports and expands platforms like Geoglam with integration into national planning and land use system. This funding will serve as a lever to convert data access into tangible impact for communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Carrillo, for sharing the work you have done already and your vision to expand the use of Earth intelligence with Geoglam, in particular, leveraging on the Global Climate Fund. Then, Dr. Magelman, how can governments and GEO partners strengthen open access to Earth observation data and Earth intelligence to enable faster and more efficient disaster risk reduction across sectors such as infrastructure, agri-food system, and health?
Thank you for the question, dear distinguished guests, fellow panelists. I'm delighted first to have the opportunity to be with you today and also to present the European Commission's Joint Research Center's opinion in this session. But before answering your question, I would just like to mention who we are. The Joint Research Center is the science and knowledge service provider in the Commission, and we provide all the policymakers in the Commission with scientific and research work that will help them to develop better policies, better work. And we are also contributing to the international agenda. I want to mention that the GRC has been involved in Earth observation activities now for more than 5 decades. So we have a strong experience in Earth observation. We have also been involved in Copernicus, the Earth observation component of the European Union space program from the start. We have shaped the concept, launch, and evolution to ensure it remains cutting edge and relevant for policymakers. And we championed 2 key principles in Copernicus. First, user-centric services and a policy of free and open access to data. Copernicus is also a flagship contribution for the new Preparedness Union strategy that the Commission has released a couple of weeks ago. And it is a prime example of integrating Earth observation with other data sets to provide Earth intelligence that is useful, usable, and used by emergency services and supports disaster risk reduction across the sectors. These development efforts are then made also available to the global GEO community through our leading role in the Global Human Planet Initiative and the Global Wildfire Information System, an opportunity to share and to learn with the international community. I want to give you an example of user-centric focus in a Science for Policy report we published just 10 days ago, which provides a deep dive assessment of the needs of Earth observation products and services for urban climate adaptation. Such studies helped us to evolve the Copernicus services so we get the best value for money in the next multi-annual financial framework of the European Union. And really, I want to focus again on open access. I think that this is a best practice that we should really propagate wherever we can.
Thank you, Dr. Magelman, for this overview of the European Commission long-standing efforts on Earth observation and, let me say, with a remarkable policy of free and open knowledge and data that we all should follow. Moving to the third speaker, Kyozura-san, to ensure that Earth intelligence is systematically translated into operational decisions at national, regional, and even local levels, are there best practices Japan exploits to incorporate Earth observation into disaster management and decision-making?
So thank you very much for your kind introduction and question. I'm very honored to be here to join in this roundtable. Firstly, I would like to share with you about the recent update regarding Japan's activity of the Earth observation. In January 2025, it's very recently, Japan formulated the new implementation policy for Earth observation for 10 years. And the main theme of this plan is creating Earth intelligence. It's quite the same direction of GEO's strategy. So under the theme, the new policy advocates realizing value data chain for Earth observation. As Dr. Zetri mentioned in the introduction, Japan is one of the most disaster-affected countries in the world. So therefore, disaster risk reduction is one of the very important key area for Japan. So Japan has promoted the use of satellite data for disaster response decision making. So let me give you some examples. When natural disasters such as heavy rain, typhoons, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions occur, the JAXA, the Japanese Space Agency, conducts emergency satellite observation at the request of disaster management agencies. The observation data that is mainly from the years 2 and 4 are automatically analyzed using AI, including machine learning, and analysis results, a disaster assessment map and information showing estimate extent of floods and landslides are provided in various formats such as PDF, which can be printed and brought to the field surveys, or in shapefile format that can be then be used in the geographic information system, GIS, or softwares. So in fact, from April 2024 to March 2025, that is within the Japanese fiscal year, JAXA conducted approximately 50 emergency satellite observations in Japan. So those maps and information are employed to dispatch drainage pump trucks and to determine the scope of the helicopters and on-site investigations such as activities. So to promote further practice, JAXA operates a website where users can request satellite observations and obtain disaster assessment maps and information. Additionally, to ensure that users can utilize the website smoothly in the event of disaster, JAXA regularly conducts simulation drills. In conclude, to further utilize Earth observation for disaster response decision making, it is very important to not only provide action-ready information, but also establish a user-friendly interface and provide trainings for users to prepare for real emergencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kiura-san. Your Japanese systematic integration of Earth intelligence with emerging technology, including AI, for improved disaster management is a very good example for GEO. Mr. Olm Nielsen, how can Global Facility for Disaster Reduction and Recovery and the World Bank Group strengthen open access to Earth observation data and the Earth intelligence to enable a faster, more efficient disaster risk reduction?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be on this panel today and to try to contribute a little bit to the conversation. On your question, how can we do that? Well, the World Bank is a development bank. Our purpose is to help countries reduce poverty. That means that we finance countries' investments in infrastructure, in institutions, across practically any sector you can think of. So when a country like Ecuador asks the World Bank for support to finance some of its road network, we attempt, from my group's point of view, to help Ecuador integrate disaster risk management thinking into how it implements and executes its road infrastructure with our financing. That logic applies across any sector. So in a sense, we are, from where I'm sitting, we are a group of development professionals with Earth observation, Earth intelligence expertise, and risk analysis expertise. We try to apply that expertise as a user in the sense that we supply to many countries information that helps them inform how they invest, what they invest in, how they create regulations. But we also a broker. We contribute to building their capacity to access the same type of information and manipulate it and use it directly and build it into their own workflows. We do this as a partnership. We're supported by a lot of donors. 3 of them are at this table today, the Commission, Japan and Italy. You are all donor contributors to our partnership. Thank you very much. We do this in the context of the Sendai framework. Our first objective as a partnership is in fact to apply Earth observation and other information to risk analysis and risk applications and to enable countries to have that capacity. We then work in partnerships with many of the suppliers of Earth observation information, including the ESA and the German Aerospace Agency and a number of others. But maybe even more importantly, we work in partnership at a local level, often with youth groups, to develop local ownership, to involve them in co-creation, to involve them and their data in training some of the data and the applications we can do with global data. So we have that, or we try to serve that broker role to use EI for DRR in the context of development finance. Thank you.
Thank you. And GFDRR reflections on and inputs also on financial insights to promote Earth intelligence for DRR, as you mentioned, also within the framework, the larger framework of the Sendai framework are really very, very valuable for GEO. We now come to the second round of questions. Minister Carrillo, building on the first question on scaling up GEO's flood initiatives through early warnings for all, how is your country, Ecuador, applying emerging technologies such as AI and machine learning in GeoGlows, the GEO Global Water Sustainability Initiatives, and how are the local communities and private sector partners engaged?
Yes, Ecuador has enhanced the use of GeoGlows platform as a part of its implementation strategy for early warning for all. The GeoGlows platform incorporates emerging technologies, including satellite data and advanced numerical models, to produce freely accessible visual products that facilitate national meteorological and hydrological monitoring. We are also promoting capacity development to integrate advance in artificial intelligence, machine learning, algorithm by 2025, which will be enabled the early detection of storms that produce heavy rainfall. By adapting application with GeoGlows, we have developed service that improve the prediction of critical hydrometeorological events such as floods and wildfires. This service focuses on strategic sectors including energy production, water supply, and land management. In short term, AI will enhance process for detecting increased river flows and generating early warning for heavy rainfall. The AI development will be operational, implemented on the GeoGlows platform, and can be utilized for national monitoring, risk management, and supporting strategic sector across the country. And within GeoGlows initiative, Ecuador understands the emerging technology only have an actual impact if they serve people, adapt to the realities, and co-develop with those who live in the territories. During the recent emergency in 2025 rainy season, this platform has played a vital role in generating key information necessary for issuing alerts at both national and local levels. This significantly improves decision-making, often in real time, by national authorities, particularly in critical sectors such as road infrastructure, energy, drinking water, and agriculture. The primary goal of platforms like Geoglam, with advances made possible by early warning for all, is to improve the protection of human lives and minimize the impact of extreme hydrometeorological events in national economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Carrillo. Ecuador effort toward the exploitation of Earth intelligence in synergy, as you said, co-designing together with local people is really remarkable. Dr. Magnan, what structured approaches and application could better connect producers and end users of Earth intelligence for co-designed solutions using latest technologies to support effective and timely decision-making in disaster preparedness, response, and recovery, so throughout the whole cycle?
Yes, thank you. I'm very much welcoming this question. As you have understood now, the GRC is a kind of boundary organization with one leg in science and one leg in policy. And we have been front runner in establishing a structured approach to linking data producer with data user in co-designing solutions from Earth observation. Starting with technologies, we are pushing the boundaries in ensuring that Earth observation is integrated with new technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning. Last year, we have published the first ever Earth observation strategic research and innovation agenda, providing a long-term view on what the needs are for research and innovation. And not surprisingly, the increased use of AI features is high on the agenda of everybody. One concrete example is the Global Wildfire Information System that will soon offer AI-enabled tools to support operation of civil protection authorities. With increased frequency and intensity of wildfires, authorities need to speed up decision-making, and artificial intelligence is necessary to provide real-time data of high resolution and for larger areas. This has been available in the EU in the European Forest Fire Information System, and in the context of the UN AI for Good initiative, the GRC is now expanding this to a global scale. Furthermore, co-designing with users is absolutely critical. Take the example of the GEO Planet initiative. The close collaboration with national statistical offices and the UN Statistical Commission has led to a new definition of what is a city based on Earth observation. In this context, the GRC Global Human Settlement Layer provides global data to help understand urbanization and to measure sustainable development better. It's obvious that in the future, these successes cannot continue without additional and fundamental cooperation. Sometimes we need a clear common objective and a framework. For disaster risk reduction, the UN Early Warning for All ambition is here emerging as a key initiative providing a shared vision and a direction for our collaboration. Our message is that as these programs build up, it is crucial that they can depend on essential operational services. And I want to conclude saying that you can count on Copernicus and on the emergency management services provided by the GRC to be a trustworthy partner on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Magman. The effort that the European Commission Joint Research Center makes and has made to bring leading science and technology to practical application at different scales is truly remarkable and an example, a world-scale example. Kura-san, what kinds of international cooperation can ensure local ownership of DRR systems and solutions. Are there any example of international projects that your country, Japan, is conducting?
Thank you very much for your question. Let me give some program. Japan implements international collaboration project in Asia and West Africa using data integration and analysis system. It is called DIAS in short, and this is one of the GEO's work programs. The project members working with local disaster prevention related organizations and researchers to co-design and co-create a flood early warning system on DIAS using the data such as in-situ observation, satellite observation, rainfall forecast, and topological data. Additionally, the project places emphasis on capacity development, including gaining knowledge about the flood generation mechanism, understanding the flood inundation models and its input and output data, and learning how to use the system. The trained expert will act as a facilitator to connect the science community with the broader society and support policy development. And furthermore, the project also focuses on trainers within the community, using the knowledge and technology gained through the project. One example, the city of Davao in the Philippines, this is one of the project implementation area, is currently considering building and running its own localized system. So another strength of this project is that it's a package system, so which includes establishing a flood early warning system and capacity development in total. So it can be replicated in another countries and regions, and which incorporating local knowledges. This year, the project will begin in Ghana and Kenya. In conclude, we would like to highlight the importance of co-design and co-create system and capacity development to ensure local ownership of the DRR systems and solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kyoura-san. The successful cases of international cooperation that you have shown us are really an important example of co-design, of successful co-design, and toward locally owned solution that are very important for GEO. Mr. Olm Nielsen, looking ahead to 2030, which basically is the day after tomorrow, what political and financial commitments can the GFDRR and the World Bank make to support the implementation of the GEO post-2025 strategy implementation plan with focus on enhancing Earth intelligence for disaster risk reduction?
Well, I don't think I can commit the World Bank on anything on the panel, but we will continue to work a lot on applying and integrating Earth observation into development financing. I think our main value proposition to the Earth observation community is not so much a direct funder. It is that we potentially are a partner that can help create impact and impact at scale. And the donor partnership that I manage, we turn $1 in a grant into $150 of disaster risk reduction impact. And we do that often aided by Earth intelligence applications, and we do that aiding countries applying Earth intelligence applications. It's much harder than it sounds to go from producing data and science to applying data and science. There is a huge disconnect between the resources, capacity, collective knowledge that we have here in this room and the capacity and collective knowledge the ministries that development professionals like myself work with around the world have at their disposal. We absolutely often work directly with highly educated, very intelligent people, but they do not manage systems that have the resources that we have. And that means applying Earth intelligence takes a different form depending on what resources you have, what type of decisions you need to make, and what kind of resource you can apply for those decisions. And that translation from the information that exists to the information that is needed is not trivial. And I believe we can be a very effective partner in helping with that. I have a team, we politely call them Digital Earth specialists, that, and Edward is here from my team if any of you want to look him up afterwards, that specializes in helping with this type of translation for applying Earth intelligence into decision making for disaster and climate risk management purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rob Nielsen. Thank you for your reflection. And I think the problem you raised about the difficulty of transferring science and data into something that is really practical, I see it very similar to the problem that was raised at the previous meeting, the previous sections, where they talk about silos. This is another type of silos we are facing and that we should be able to break. Thank you all, the panelists, for their insightful contribution. We have now a time, we have a few minutes, 5-8 minutes for questions. So if there are open questions, if there are questions starting from the GEO partners, please. Raise and flip your, yeah, there is one back there. Oh, there is, I don't, it's United Kingdom? Oh, okay. I really, so we go ahead with Switzerland, I believe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the panelists. It's very interesting discussion, and Switzerland thinks that the GEO had a very important role to play in this disaster risk reduction. We would like to put 2 points on the table. One is regarding the mountains. The mountain regions are particularly vulnerable to a wide range of natural hazards. And we know that there is this very important initiative, GEO Mountains Initiative, co-led by Switzerland. And how can Earth intelligence system be more effectively utilized to monitor and manage risk in these high-risk areas? And what role can GEO play in enhancing cross-border cooperation? And we heard this morning, I think it was this morning, about the implementation plan of GEO in the future. It's very broad, but we think that this mountains initiative is already grounded, that already supports, and we should continue on that. And it will be interesting to see how you see it, risk reduction mountains. One question. And the second one is regarding tailings. Tailings management, you know that there is always more needs for mining, for the transition, for the energy, critical energy minerals. And there will be even more tailings management. And we know there is very big accident led to tailings facilities failures. And Switzerland thinks that GEO could also play an important role to have a look at all these disasters and make a prevention. And it will be a very interesting link also with the private sectors. Perhaps somebody could give us some input in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. We take also another questions in the same role then with the UK.
Thank you very much. The colleague from the World Bank spoke about the importance of partnerships. Could you say a little bit more about how you sustain these activities in the longer term? What have you found has worked? And also, how do you build a strong sense of local ownership? Because that seems to be a really critical factor. How does the World Bank go about that, please?
Who wants to respond to the first question? Armin, yeah.
Well, I'm not entirely a specialist of the technical aspects of Earth observation, but if you look a little bit backwards, which is always useful, you see two things. First, you see that in terms of technologies, things are developing fast. The level of resolution, the introduction of AI, all these are elements that tells us that tomorrow will not be today, and that the technological aspects of Earth observation will evolve and will evolve fast. And as I mentioned in my second intervention, we also want to broaden the areas. We want not just to be focusing on something, we need a global overview of risk, disaster risk management across mountains, fields, seas, to be able to, again, inspire the policymakers and the people who are working on civil security. So you might not be happy with my answer, but I think the development of the technology and the development of the scope will, at one moment, help us to have a coverage and a quality of information, including with AI, that we do not necessarily have today.
Thank you. Olmis, do you want to answer the second question? Or actually, it was the third.
Yes, absolutely. And this is, of course, a complicated question. The answer lies somewhere in the difference between a solution looking for a problem to solve or understanding a problem looking for a solution that matches it. It's really about the local ownership itself. I think part of our experience shows us that users that understand and trust and manage and really own the Earth observation, Earth intelligent tools are much more likely to sustain their use than those that are given them to play with or try to be taught on how to use something. It goes to co-creation. Some of the other panelists mentioned the word co-creation. It's about developing indigenously, if you will, some of the tools and solutions to the problems that the local entities, organizations are prioritizing to solve. There's 1 million problems in the world. Not all of the 1 million are going to get a solution tomorrow. There's always a prioritization of what to focus on. And it's only the local owners that are going to define what they prioritize. And unless they prioritize it, it will not be sustained. And in practice, this means when it's applying Earth intelligence information tools, it's often around validating, updating, adapting accuracy by the local owners themselves, applying elements of local data to some of the global information as training, for instance, that can build that ownership, that know-how, and make it relevant enough that they will keep it alive. We apply capacity building approaches. One I can very briefly mention is an approach that we think of as the Resilience Academy, university partnerships. This is more building an ecosystem of university students that have some of the technical education that enables them to become better prepared technically to define what kind of problems can we use Earth observation to help solve. And then in this approach, allowing them practical opportunities in their own local environments to apply this education to what they're doing. We've done that in support of the UK and Finland, in Tanzania, for instance, with some very interesting results.
Thank you. We go to Finland, I think. Or France.
Thank you for the intervention. The conclusion of the IPCC are quite unequivocal. If we are all vulnerable to the impact of climate change, some countries are much more exposed than others, especially small island developing states and least developed countries. The CRUISE Climate Risk and Early Warning System initiative launched at COP21 is one of the key ones, with projects covering more than 70 countries, targeting the most vulnerable countries. CRUISE projects focus on strengthening national and regional capacity on systems for data collection, risk analysis, and hazard analysis, working with the 4 organizations of the Early Warning for All initiative and targeting these countries. In your opinion, how could GEO aim to strengthen support to global initiatives on early warning system in those most vulnerable countries? Thank you.
We take one more question, and then we close one from CEOs. Yeah?
Thank you. This is directed to Niels, but the views of the other panelists would be welcome on post-disaster activities. So CEOS is the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites. We've been working with the World Bank and other partners on a recovery observatory, assessing the timely contribution of Earth observations data to recovery efforts at various scales. So from rapid disaster assessment to post-disaster needs assessment and national recovery frameworks. And CNES, the French Space Agency, led a demonstrator with the GFDR for the World Bank. The question is, how could we scale up this type of activity for post-disaster needs assessment and other long-term reconstruction monitoring services? And I would add that the GEO community is already engaged in this effort, so it does fit with Earth intelligence. Thank you.
Regarding the first question, who wants to give it a hint? JRC?
Well, I can maybe start elaborating something, and then I'm happy if my panelists want to come in. I think that more and more we see that the collection of data when it comes to disaster risk management help us to, at least it's what we have in the GRC, to also develop plans on what are the risks for the future. We use the past, we use our knowledge, we use the knowledge of other organizations, because as we say, this is a collaboration to try to assess what are the most vulnerable areas in the world and what are the potential risks that we should anticipate. The real situation in the Commission when we have such disasters is the speed of intervention. Because then when you have a disaster and you luckily anticipated the disaster, you must develop the means to come and to intervene. So again, I think it is very important to use the past, the collaboration that we have with other organizations, to use the trends that we see through Earth observation to spot new potential risks and to be prepared.
Thank you. One very last question, because we are running out of time, from Turkey.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to ask a direct question about the panel discussion topic, Earth Intelligence for Disaster Risk Reduction. That as Turkey, we had really big major earthquakes last 2 years, that in the same day, 2 biggest earthquake. Then we realized that the importance of this Earth observation data for disaster risk management. And I would like to ask that how can Earth observation data be better utilized to strengthen early warning system, especially for disaster risk reduction? And what role do you see that this international collaboration in making these systems more effective and accessible for all of the countries? Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I think perhaps Kura-san, being from a country, an earthquake country.
I think one of the options is the GEO has a variety of the programs, and so that is a very good tool to establishing the system in your country. This is my response.
Okay, it's really time to summarize this round table. Quite briefly, my take-home messages on actions, concrete actions toward the GEO post-2025 strategy are more or less the following for national and regional implementation, exploiting emerging technologies in particular. The evidence that Ecuador, Japan, JRC are embedding AI and machine learning into operational platforms like Geoglam and others, the Global Wildfire Information System, Human Planet, to enhance flood forecasting, wildfire detection, community-based early warning system are all well aligned with GEO's strategic goals, such as the accessible Earth intelligence and emerging techs in particular. For inclusive co-designs and capacity building, I would say that efforts such as Japan's train-the-trainers programs and the European Commission JRC partnerships with national agencies and the Ecuadorian efforts toward early warning system really highlight the role of co-designs, local facilitator, and youth engagement in sustaining Earth intelligence capabilities and ensuring local ownerships. And all these efforts are aligned with the goals of accessible Earth intelligence, emerging techs, and specifically also the youth, which I think is very important. Lastly, leveraging financial support for systemic impact. Ecuador is aligning Earth intelligence with policy implementation through the GCF-funded Early Warning for All project. The World Bank and GFDRR are scaling investments to integrate Earth intelligence into national planning systems, and all these initiatives align well with the GEO goal to invest in Earth intelligence. And at the end of this session, it is my pleasure to thank the valuable contribution of the panelists, His Excellency Minister Jorge Carrillo, Bernard Maginan, Niels Nielsen, Takashi Kiyoura, and of course, Joanna Drake for her address, and you the audience. As we conclude, we are no less than the previous session. We also have a very nice video that we like to show you. It's a video on Geoglam, the GEO initiative on agricultural monitoring, which is one of the GEO activities related to disaster risk reduction and the early warning for all initiative. So if you could please play the video.
In April 2023, early warnings emerged from the Geoglam crop monitor community. They signaled that an impending El Niño event could drastically affect southern Africa's agriculture. As the season began, delayed rains quickly turned into a severe drought. The lowest rainfall in 40 years and elevated temperatures created a particularly damaging combination for crops. 6 countries declared states of emergency.
Chaka chatha El Niño inatikhudza kutikhudza kwake andi kunali mavuto akakoloredwe.
Mbewu sidachite bwino munda komanso pakhomo nditi chakudya chidafuta.
Extension workers from the Ministry of Agriculture support farmers on a daily basis, but without early warning, they are unable to prepare farmers for droughts.
Mulimi ngati sanakolole zokwanira pabanja pomakhala njala komanso ngati solangiza umavuta zosalongosoka.
In such contexts, responding quickly is essential to protect lives and livelihoods. Members of the Geoglam community, such as NASA Harvest and the Food and Agriculture Organization, worked with Malawi's Ministry of Agriculture to deliver early yield forecasts using satellite data and historical crop production data. These forecasts were used as early warnings for timely action, guiding targeted support to affected farmers, and informing national food security in response.
This project in Malawi is a very nice example of collaboration within the Geoglam network. You have the Malawi government, then you have NASA Harvest, you have FAO. So these three pieces of a puzzle nicely fit and provide an excellent service for Malawi, where the Malawi government then uses it for their extension workers and then information to the farmers.
This initiative has been very important in terms of helping the government to come up with results at the early stage so that the government can make decisions as regards to the food situation in the country.
When climate extremes do happen, having timely and accurate data is incredibly important to understand what areas are most impacted. And Earth observations are often the first line of data available.
We aim at identifying areas where we may have production shortfall and avoid that this problem may become larger at country level.
If we use this technology, we'll be able to come up with the estimates even if we are not on the ground. We have plans to incorporate the model into the national crop estimates. It will be part of the early warning system of the country so that we are aware of the expected crop production before harvesting.
Earth observation systems, they've really transformed the food system in many countries, building a more resilient and robust farming communities.
Thank you all, and we now smoothly transition to the third part of the roundtable.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Just to remind you, we have a last part of this session, third segment, global leaders and adoption of the GEO work program. So this is a very important a moment. We're all looking forward. So we are going to start this part of this session. Okay, maybe I should start anyway. Distinguished delegates, nice to see you again. So let's continue to this session 4, declaration of support from global leaders and adoption of the GEO work program. And thank you to the moderators and high-level speaker for your thoughtful contribution and the ministerial roundtables. The discussion reflected urgency and shared commitment to advancing Earth intelligence for resilient and sustainable development. This dialogue significantly supported the goal of GEO 2025 strategy and its implementation. Policymakers and professional perspective are all heard at the minister levels. The purpose of this segment of this session, the current session segment, is to provide an opportunity for global leaders to deliver additional declaration of support for GEO's mandate over the next 5 years. We warmly encourage interventions that reaffirm political will, outline strategic and programmatic commitment, and demonstrate readiness to act, whether through financial, institutional, or in-kind contribution. To the success of post-2025 strategy implementation plan and the post-2025 GEO work program, speakers are invited to the stage to make their statement. And just because of time limit, please ensure that every speaker are under 3 minutes. Thank you. To start, I would like to call upon stage to the podiums His Excellency Gilbert Carbanda, Ministry of Scientific Research and Technological Innovation, Democratic Republic of the Congo, please.
Mr. Ministers, Mr. Chair, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, delegates. It's an honor for me to address you, including all of the other participants representing my country, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, on the occasion of this ministerial session dedicated to the fine-tuning of the GEO post-2025 strategy. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting my country to participate in this work. At the beginning of my very short intervention, I'd like to highlight and stress that as of September 2022, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has indicated its commitment at the national level for the management based on data, becoming the 114th member country of the Earth Observation Group. The joining by my country to GEO is the outcome of the will and the personal wish and desire by the President of our Republic. It guarantees the best territorial management, which is the key for the solutions to climate problems, but the aims also at fitting the country with the necessary means to tackle the issues and problems. Under the guidance of my colleague, Minister for Urban and Territorial Planning, and my ministry, my country has started a public service called GEO Congo, which was opened in February, which deals with the public and institutional coordination of Earth intelligence for sustainable development in compliance with the resolution of the 11th meeting of the Council of Ministers in August 2024. The priorities are the following: planning and reorganizing the territory, sustainable management, economic enhancement of biodiversity, ecosystems and water resources, food security, sustainable agriculture, sustainable urban development, exploitation of mineral resources, renewable energies, public health, climate change, and national disaster management and protection, data protection. In this framework, we hope that we will continue to cooperate with the big GEO family, which is gathered here. On behalf of my government, we endorse and we give our support to the post-2025 agenda, where the priorities are converging with the priorities of my country. So I would like to invite all the countries and the member organizations of GEO to support the implementation of our national plan, which aims at achieving sustainable development in the Congo, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for reforming the Democratic Republic of Congo's increased commitment to GEO at the national levels, most recently, and in particular, the President's support. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite to stage Her Excellency Osoya Ferenczi, Ministerial Commissioner for Space Research, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Hungary. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Hungary expresses its appreciation for the continued and dedicated work of the GEO Secretariat and its partners in advancing the global Earth observation programs. As a long-standing supporter of the GEO, Hungary reaffirms its commitment to the GEO vision and its core objectives. We also reaffirm our strong alignment with the objectives of the GEO post-2025 strategy implementation plan. We fully support its vision of a world where decisions and actions for the benefit of humanity are informed by coordinated, comprehensive, and sustained Earth observations. Hungary is committed to the transition from strategy to action and to building an operational, demand-driven global Earth observation system of systems that meets the needs of both people and the planet. The priorities outlined in the implementation plan, from addressing climate change, biodiversity loss, and sustainable development, to enhancing disaster resilience and advancing digital transformation, reflect Hungary's national commitments and strategic priorities. We especially welcome the plan's emphasis on delivering impact, fostering partnerships, and ensuring inclusive governance, all essential for transforming data into actionable knowledge and long-term benefits. Earth observation data remains one of the most critical foundations for evidence-based policymaking, scientific research, and public service innovation. In Hungary, we recognize that high-quality, accessible, and interoperable EU data is a strategic asset, not only for environmental monitoring, but also for planning, resilience, agriculture, water management, and urban development. In this context, I would like to highlight the central role of the Lechner Knowledge Center, Hungary's national institution for geospatial and remote sensing data. Lechner serves as a hub for Earth observation activities in Hungary, ensuring that EU data is effectively integrated into public policy and spatial planning. It also acts as a bridge between national stakeholders and the broader GEO community, facilitating international collaboration and data sharing in support of GEO's objectives. Hungary also endorses the GEO work program, recognizing it is a vital instrument for translating strategic objectives into concrete action. We commend its collaborative and integrative approach, which fosters synergies across thematic areas and regions. Hungary remains a committed contributor to the GEO community. We stand ready to collaborate across sectors and borders to realize the transformative potential of Earth observation for a more sustainable and resilient future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for reaffirming Hungarians' strong support and national commitment to GEO, and in particular the integrated applications and approach with the GEO communities. Now I would like to call upon stage Her Excellency Nosifo Gesili, Ambassador of South Africa to the Italian Republic, South Africa. Yes.
Thank you, moderator, chairperson of the session. Greetings to you all, excellencies, colleagues, and friends. It is an honor and pleasure for me to address this gathering this afternoon today on behalf of the Republic of South Africa, in particular the Minister of Science and Innovation, Minister Nzimande. This year, as we celebrate 20 years since the establishment of the GEO group on Earth observations, it is a milestone that invites a reflection on the 2 decades of collaboration and progress. It is also an opportunity for us to renew our collective commitment in respect of the use of Earth observations to ensure that we have evidence support that benefits people and planet. South Africa is proud to have been one of the GEO founding members and remains deeply engaged in advancing its vision. In 2023 in South Africa, we had a privilege of hosting in Cape Town the GEO Ministerial Summit. That summit renewed our common purpose and produced a plan which is referred to the post-2025 strategy, and a ministerial declaration, including the youth declaration. These statements confirmed GEO's commitment to strengthening the role of Earth observations and Earth intelligence, as we had earlier on during the sessions, in addressing complex challenges, be it climate resilience or disaster risk for food systems and sustainable development. We equally affirm our commitment to the SA-GEO and our national coordination platforms as the GEO brings together the institutions of data providers, users, and decision makers to align Earth observation efforts with national priorities and the broader vision of the GEO. Through this platform, we continue to strengthen our institutional capacity to improve the uptake and the use of Earth observation platforms or instruments in planning processes and also supporting innovation, especially in the context of extreme weather events, which therefore aligns with the GEO program of work. GEO supports the meaningful progress that is driven in part by active communities of practice and in areas such as agriculture, disaster risk and climate, natural resource mapping, real-time and associated land use changes, infrastructure, human settlements, as well as data governance. To demonstrate our commitment as a South African government, we are pleased to inform that we will double our annual financial contributions to GEO from 2 million rands to 4 million rands. This is in contribution, thank you, in contribution reflects that our confidence in the GEO system and the future and its purpose in supporting focused, effective work program would advance global, regional, and national goals, adapted, of course, to local knowledge ecosystems. As we mark the 20 years of GEO, let us build on this legacy with renewed purpose and momentum, and South Africa stands ready to continue this journey alongside the GEO community to deliver the real results through Earth intelligence, as already articulated by earlier speakers. I wish to thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity. I've concluded.
Thank you for the ambassador's speech for renewed insurance for South Africa's commitment and as a key players in the GEO family, and is particularly in the reaffirming the increased financial contribution to GEO. Now I would like to call upon stage to make a statement. His Excellency Martin Ajaba, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Namibia to the Federal Republic of Germany, Namibia. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is my honor to speak on behalf of the Republic of Namibia as we convene in plenary to endorse the Group on Earth Observations Post-2025 Strategy Implementation Plan and the Work Program. Since joining GEO in 2020, Namibia has recognized the transformative potential of shared Earth observation data for sustainable development and resilience. Our national agenda, embodied in the Vision 2030, the Harambee Prosperity Plan, and the Namibia Space Science and Technology Policy, aligns seamlessly with GEO's mission to make Earth intelligence universally accessible. By sharing data and building partnerships, we address pressing national challenges, including climate change, biodiversity loss, water security, and disaster risk. Through our National Space Science and Technology Program, specifically the satellite data receiving ground station infrastructure, the Ministry of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports, Arts and Culture, together with all national stakeholders, we access and process satellite data, which enable us to monitor surface water extent, groundwater recharge indicators, and soil moisture anomalies across our semi-arid regions, extending drought alerts for farmers and communities. From coastal wetlands at Buffalo's Bay to the Kunene River's riparian zones, high-resolution imagery informs our conservation planning, wildlife monitoring, and coastal zone management in full partnership with the local and indigenous communities. In partnership with Digital Earth Africa, a GEO initiative, analysis-ready Earth observations data provides powerful insights into how our coastal lines are changing over time. These initiatives are further augmented by Namibia's efforts to equally strengthen and reinforce its space science-related R&D, as well as education infrastructure and human and institutional capability, in order to complement and enhance its national efforts in Earth observations and R&D. Namibia is equally exploring ways to form partnerships in lunar research with the forerunners. In this spirit, I'm proud to say that in 2023, Namibia hosted the AfriGeo Symposium in Swakopmund. This event convened over 200 practitioners, policymakers, and researchers, showcased best practices, forged new partnerships, and directly informed the development of the post-2025 strategy. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Namibia reaffirms its unwavering commitment to GEO. We look forward to working with all members and partners towards the implementation of the plan to advance Earth intelligence and build a more resilient, sustainable future for all. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador, for sharing Namibia's history with the GEO family and reaffirm Namibia's commitment at a high level, and also thanks for the information on the GEO's integration into the government structure, and also the vast needs for realizing GEO's potentials. Now, I would like to call upon stage Sheikh Mbo, Director General, Center de Suivi Ecological, Senegal, please. Sheikh Mbo, yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving the opportunity to Senegal to speak. I'm sitting for the Minister, His Excellency Daouda Ngom, Republic of Senegal. I'm the Director General of Centre de Suivi Écologique, the Ecological Monitoring Center, which is working in Senegal and most of the West African countries. Senegal reaffirmed its unwavering commitment to the vision and mission of the Group of Earth Observation. As an active member, Senegal continues to integrate Earth observation into the national development strategies, fostering a robust ecosystem of partnership and initiative that leverage Earth observation for informed decision-making, resilience, and innovation. In the past 5 years, Senegal has amplified the role he's playing in the GEO community through active engagement in key initiatives. And those key initiatives are the following. The Survey West Africa, which was meant to deliver operational Earth observation services in climate resilience, in agriculture, in land productivity, in sustainable development monitoring, etc. A second initiative is called GMS. GMS is a Copernicus initiative that is being implemented in West Africa, in Africa in general, together with European Union. It's global monitoring for ecosystem and security in Africa. It's intending to enhance regional capacities and the use of Earth observation for environmental governance and disaster risk reduction, particularly through the humid zone or the wetlands assessment project, which is called as GDGAO, which is an odd acronym. Project led by CSC in West Africa. Focus also on wetland was meant to be extracted through the flood monitoring across West African, including Nigeria, Ghana, Gambia, Mali, Guinea, Burkina Faso, Niger, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, and Senegal. This initiative is developing critical Earth observation tools for wetland assessment and conservation while contributing to updating Ramsar information sheets across the region. The third initiative, which was mentioned by Namibia, is Digital Earth Africa, promoting access to analysis-ready data and supporting National Earth Observation Service uptake. The Center of Centre de Suivi Écologique serves as a technical advisory committee, contributing to the development of specialized tools for wetlands monitoring and implementation of capacity building initiatives across the region. The first initiative is called SAND Satellite, SANDSAT, which is implemented by the National Agency for Spatial Studies, and it has been established only in 2023, but already some landmark actions has been achieved. One is the launch of the first Senegalese satellite. It's a nanosatellite called Gaindesat 1A, which is on orbit. The signature of a cooperation agreement with China, National Space Administration to join International Lunar Research Station, ELRS, making Senegal entry deep into the deep space exploration. Initiatives initiated the development of sovereign satellite constellation with plans to deploy 5 to 8 satellites by 2028. The other initiative is more locally led initiative. It's called PROCASEF. It's a national cadastral system using high-resolution data, applying geospatial data to secure rural land tenure and support agro-pastoral productivity. The GEO Senegal initiative is revitalized and has mobilized national stakeholders as a platform to steering Earth observation integration into policy framework and coordinating national contribution to GEO. The GEO LDN, which is one of the flagships that has been discussed here, LDN standing for Land Degradation Neutrality, is an initiative where Senegal is actively participating within working groups contributing to the development of Earth observation protocols for monitoring land degradation, implement local activities, and develop land degradation assessment. We also work on the coastal areas, which is a critical issue in West Africa, where a regional observatory of coastal zone has been established. It's called Orloa Observatoire Régional des Côtes d'Afrique de l'Ouest, which Senegal plays a central role in strengthening coastal monitoring through Earth observation under the ECOWAS framework. And this has been consolidated by a new World Bank funding called WACA initiative in West Africa with the support of IUCN, Abidjan Convention, World Bank, and the French GEF. The Observatory of Biodiversity is also an important activity which has led to a Center of Excellence on Biodiversity under European Union funding. To finish, Senegal is also honored to host the upcoming AfriGeo 2025. And I repeat it, Senegal is honored to be upcoming the AfriGeo 2025 in Dakar under the theme Data to Impact. It will be the first week of October. This event will serve as a continental platform for dialogue, for innovation, and strategic alignment towards geo priorities. Looking forward, Senegal calls for sustained investment into African EO capabilities, equitable access to data and technology, and enhanced coordination among national, regional, and global actors. Earth intelligence must be at the core of our collective response to environment and socio-economic challenge. I thank you for your attention.
For sharing the Senegal's needs and practice and the strong attachment to geos, a national action with initiative, especially for those for infrastructure, are ready for geos application in coming decades. Next, I would like to call upon stage Gao Xiang, Director General, China Science Technology Exchange Center, Ministry of Science Technology of China, please.
Thank you, Jim. Dear colleagues, China remains firmly committed to the vision of Earth intelligence for all, and stands ready to collaborate with all partners in addressing pressing global challenges. We embark on GEO's third decade. We will maintain financial contributions to GEO Trust Fund, while mobilizing domestic resources to support GEO activities and GWP projects. Over the past 5 years, Chinese government has allocated 2 rounds of decades funding totaling RMB 132 million yuan, about 16.5 million Swiss francs, to support Chinese scientists and their international partners from 28 countries and organizations. We are currently developing China's post-2025 implementation plan. In particular, we will continue to provide funding support to GWP projects. We hope to invite GEO Secretariat and GEO members to jointly promote these projects. At the regional level, China proposes to convening a panel of experts nominated by AOGO members to develop concrete implementation plans for our region. Furthermore, we recognized the vital importance of engaging the next generation. China will create expanded opportunities and platforms for youth participations in GEO initiative, ensure their innovative ideas and solutions help shape our collective future. Dear colleagues, the coming decade presents both significant challenges and tremendous opportunities for GEO. Through our shared commitment and collaborative efforts, we are confident in building a more sustainable and resilient future for GEO. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Gao, for reaffirming China's commitment and involvement to GEO's vision and mission and persistent contribution to GEO Trust Fund, and particularly the launching of the third round of GEO exclusive grants to GWP by the Ministry, and also regional increased activity and participation with the GEO's initiative and GEO capacity building. Moving on, I'd like to call to the stage Joanna Drinken, Deputy Director General, Directorate General for Research and Innovation, European Commission. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, as co-chair of GEO representing the European Commission, I would like to highlight some of the key commitments and initiatives that will propel our efforts towards GEO and to contribute to global sustainability goals. First of all, already this year, we are increasing our contribution to the GEO Trust Fund by more than 33%, with funds dedicated to support a regional GEO coordinator and the Geoglam flagship. This investment is crucial for maintaining the seamless coordination and leadership we need to continue to make strides in our field. We are also reinforcing our commitment to the Euro-GEO initiative with support for new actions outlined in the upcoming work program for 2025, which has just been pre-published actually, about 10 days ago. Specifically, with a budget of 15 million euro, we aim to deliver Earth intelligence that accelerates the green and digital transition. This effort, in collaboration with Euro-GEO and the GEO flagships and initiatives, will focus on high priority areas such as sustainable agriculture and food security, water resilience, ecosystems and biodiversity, carbon management, and disaster resilience. Moreover, we are prioritizing direct support to the GEO Blue Planet Office at Mercator Ocean International through the EU for Ocean Initiative 2.0. The support will ensure continued coordination and effectiveness in global ocean observations and their valorization by a wide range of users. The JRC, the Joint Research Center, will provide essential backing for Geoglam and the GEO Human Planet Initiative, while the European Environmental Agency will support the GEO In Situ Working Group. These collaborations are fundamental for advancing our capabilities and insights in these critical areas. Additionally, funding will be channeled to the GEO Global Ecosystems Atlas through the BioClima project, a project on improving monitoring for better integrated climates and biodiversity approaches using environmental and earth observations, which benefits from an allocation of 5 million euros. This initiative will enhance our understanding and preservation of vital ecosystems. Furthermore, we are committed to advancing the GEO Global Heat Resilience Service through the recently signed iClimate Action project. This activity will include an additional post in the GEO Secretariat to ensure effective implementation and coordination. All these activities are supported by a research and innovation program, and our engagement into GEO does not stop there. The development of our space program, and in particular the Copernicus program, remains a pivotal part of our strategy to deliver comprehensive Earth observation services of direct interest to the GEO community. Together, these efforts exemplify our commitment to leveraging Earth observation for sustainable development and resilience. By supporting these vital initiatives, we are not only advancing scientific and technological capabilities, but also contributing to a more sustainable and resilient future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Juncker, for reaffirming the European Commission's continued support and as co-chair for your strong coordination and persistent support to the GEO Trust Fund and the Eurogeo resource and integrated program, including the Eurogeo to GEOs. Finally, I would like to call upon stage Durak N.L. Director, Meteorology, Earth Observation and the German Meteorological Service, Federal Ministry for Digital and Transport, Germany, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. Germany, as you may all know, is a founding member of GEO and has always been a strong supporter of its goals ever since. GEO's focus on free and open data and global partnership has also brought great progress in the field of Earth observation and has also had a positive influence on the data policy of the European flagship program Copernicus. As we emphasized at the Ministerial Summit in Cape Town already, Germany is firmly behind the goals of GEO and is proud to contribute to them in a variety of ways. We are a strong supporter of the EU Research Framework Program as well as the very successful Copernicus program, which already contributes to many GEO initiatives, but also offer additional synergy potential. Germany also directly supports a number of GEO initiatives. Currently, most notable is the multi-year funding of the GEO Secretariat by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Numerous positive feedbacks from the UNFCCC and from partner countries involved in GEO clearly show us how meaningful our commitment in this area is. The global collection and accessibility of in situ data also remains an important goal which Germany supports by providing long-term funding for various global data centers, including the Global Precipitation Climatology Center at the German Meteorological Service and the Global Runoff Data Center at the Federal Institute of Hydrology. In Germany, a new government is now finally in place, which some of you may at least have realized yesterday. Since yesterday evening, and in this context, there's now clear signal that the space sector will play a more significant role in Germany in future. This could also widen our scope in the field of Earth observation. Hence, with our new government, we will now shortly be able to discuss internally what possibilities there are to intensify the German support to GEO and also to its trust fund. What we can, however, already assure is that we are ready to continue to support the GEO Trust Fund with our annual regular contribution of 200,000 euros. This will be done on the basis that also in difficult times it must remain our common goal to work together multilaterally and tackle global problems jointly. Here, to our understanding, GEO can play an important role as a partner of UN organizations and as a bridge between multilateral agreements and the practical application of EO-based solutions for societal benefits worldwide. Thus, let us all continue the GEO success story together in this great and collaborative spirit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Engelbart, for ensuring Germany's efforts and support for GEO's mission. And thank you again to all our speakers and panelists and to you, to our plenary member for your commitment and support to the GEO's mission strategy and framework of the strategy of the implementation plan, the GEO work program, and your steadfast support is valuable as we pursue our shared objective. And as we move forward, we warmly welcome and actively encourage continued engagement from all stakeholders in this critical endeavor. So, I'm inviting all of you just move to our important and expected moment, adoption of the post-2025 GEO work program. As GEO enter its third decade, we enter a transformative period for Earth observation and Earth intelligence. In today's presentation, and you have all heard of clear roadmaps to ensure trusted Earth intelligence is accessible to all, empowering society toward a sustainable future. Now, our focus expands beyond Earth observation to embrace Earth intelligence, dynamically integrating Earth observation data with social, economic data, artificial intelligence, and indigenous and local knowledge to drive informed decision-making across global, national, and regional scale. Addressing today's urgent challenge, climate change, biodiversity loss, disaster resilience, and global sustainability demands coordinated action. And your dedication and collaboration are the foundation upon which GEO's future success will be built. And now is the time to turn vision into action. Now I would like to put the GEO work program up for adoption. So we discussed the GEO work program, that we get the GEO work program introduced this morning, and we make an intervention this morning, and we continue carry out with the ministerial roundtable talks around this issue or topic. Now, I think I'm now just asking for plenary for adoption. Let me see. Okay, I hear no objection, so it is decided and accepted by the plenary. So, I believe starting from today, okay, we have the added guidance and document. Congratulations to all of you and all of us. It's a milestone event in GEO's new journey for next decade. So it's pretty silent. Why? We have no reason not to give a big applause. Yeah. Yeah. The applause come a little bit late, but big enough, okay, loud, okay. So thank you all again for your active participation, engagement, support, and we all witness this historical moment. That concludes today's agenda. So just remind you, we'll have a ministry gala dinners after this event. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, pass. Congratulations.